pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. This evening we're going to have a discussion with the police chief regarding officer compensation. And the chief had put together a packet that
It's not in there.
it's not in here.
Sorry about that. I took it out from last week.
You need copies too?
Yes,
For
please.
copies?
Yeah, right.
And you,
Yeah, if you zip them off for me too.
sure.
The documents that he's making, that we didn't have last week.
Yeah, it's
You
a little
just
different
emailed
this
that
week.
to us the other day.
I just sent you a new one yesterday.
Yeah,
It was a
that's the
follow-up
one
to
I
last
was
week's.
referring to.
Okay.
Do we have that? Is that what John's?
I don't know
No,
what
I
he's
think-
copying.
I think he's probably doing the stuff from last week.
I think yesterday's is what we were here to discuss, right?
Okay.
It's a combination of the two. Just more information.
John, we were just talking, is that what Tim emailed to us yesterday?
I have, as well as his memo that he sent last week.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Thank you.
I thought after last week's conversation, I put together some more information, and that was what was sent out to you last night. Scott, I apologize, I didn't mean to circumvent you.
No, that's okay. Not a big deal.
Um,
Okay, so that's a memo from last week, and that's the stuff he emailed today.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Thank you.
Okay, Tim, from what you had sent through yesterday
Okay.
and not looking at alternative or creative compensation, but strictly, this is what we can offer for payment.
Yep.
I didn't think for a starting police officer,
mhm.
aren't we very close to what the board had authorized for hiring?
My understanding was it was raised from the 43 to the 44, and then after 6 months, go up to 48. That was what was relayed to me.
Okay, I go back through my notes, I thought we were going to do something like 46 or something, and then after a period of time, it went to the 48. I
Go-
can,
So
yeah,
I'm going by what I was told, so.
I don't have it written down.
I've got it. I think I sent it to Tim in your email.
Actually, that's how I got it.
Yeah, because I think it was starting at something, then a chunk after completion of the
Yeah, the way I believe.
academy, and then another chunk after so much other completion time.
The way, I think that's exactly how it was worded, you know, it was, raised from the original 43 up to 44 for starting.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And then after 6 months, you know, with a successful evaluation, moved them up to 48.
Yeah.
Is 3,000, you know, a make or break deal? If you look at the memo that I sent you yesterday, and if you look at the
What's the
Facebook,
3,000 you're referring to?
the difference from starting to the increase halfway through the 6-month evaluation to get someone in the door, is that a problem? Yeah, I think if you look at that Facebook post that I sent to you guys yesterday in that memo, yeah, I think it could be a problem. And there's another, not to bore you with a bunch of information, but I just want you to know what we're up against. And this is actually a Facebook post that Henniker put out yesterday, as to what they're doing as far as
Thank you.
pay scales, and other alternative, methods of getting creative.
So this is what we had agreed to on, looks like October 20th, because this was Wednesday the 21st that this was sent. Said, starting immediately, you can offer new recruits without training or certifications either $44,000 or $45,000 per year at your sole discretion, based on the candidate. Those candidates will receive an increase to $48,000 per year 6 months after successful completion of the academy.
That's, yeah.
We would still require them to enter into a 36-month training agreement as we are doing now. And
What did you have him starting at?
44 to 45, so he,
I had it at 45.
yes,
Yeah.
so the
Starting
chief-
at 45 with a bump to 48 after 6.
yeah, right, so,
And a certified officer for 50.
yeah, I didn't have that.
That's October. I'm glad you told me the date.
Yeah,
I was looking in November, but
yeah,
yeah.
October 20th.
Yep. Certified officer for 50,000 if he can find one. Board of Selectmen approved 3-0. So,
So
at
Henniker
50
has 51,750 just to
Right.
start, right?
And that's what Marlboro's doing.
Yeah, Marlboro's the same thing.
Yeah.
But we have to acknowledge that this is a continuous circle. Because we've been doing it because we can't get them, we raise them, the other towns raise, just like we're doing here now. The other towns are raising them.
But again, that's, and I don't disagree with that, David.
Yeah,
But we need to start doing something different as far as alternative means of compensation to attract people and get them to stay. This is a three-prong test. We have to be able to hire, and then we have to be able to train, and then we have to retain them.
mhm.
The last 2 hires that have been brand-new recruits, 2 years and less, and they're gone. Upton was just over a year, and Jesse's gonna be about 2.5 by the time he's done.
And I understand that, but I think we also have to stay focused at why they left. Upton left 1 year to go back closer to home and more money. I acknowledge that. Jesse left because he was moving.
I don't disagree with that.
So that's why I wonder, and I'm
But
not,
if you
I
look-
don't want the guys to be shorted. I want them to be fairly paid. Okay? I just don't want to be doing it as a catch-up because this town did it, because it seems that we keep doing it, and then, like you've said before, because we do it, and Nashua, I'm sure, is probably much higher, and it's just a matter of trying to catch up. What can we do to make New Ipswich attractive. If you read the,
Incentives.
well, that's one way, I agree. And I think our incentives here in town are comparable to.
No, they're not.
When you read Marlboro's description here, they get their holiday pay is double time and a half.
That's a Facebook post. That's to
well-
attract people. That's not diving into what they're actually putting out there.
What do you mean? Not what they're actually putting out there.
That is a Facebook post that's out on social media to get people to look at the post and look at them and say, I'm a viable option. We're not looking at the individual town and what their actual benefit package is. Those are just highlights, David.
But don't you, this was put out by Marlboro Police,
Correct.
right?
It
And it
was,
says, the
absolutely.
town of Marlboro provides excellent health and dental insurance, as well as other competitive, is that what you're referring to about the package?
Part of it, yes.
And do you not agree that the town of New Ipswich has a very well compensated package?
No. You don't offer short-term or long-term disability, which is outlined in my memo.
It's in your memo, but do the other towns?
A lot of them do, and a lot of them are adopting that. We don't have a sign-on bonus, which the majority of the departments around us are doing. We don't have a stipend buyback on the insurance, which a lot of municipalities are doing now, to make themselves attractive, to bump up that salary.
And that's just shifting monies around.
Absolutely,
Because,
without a doubt.
but I
it's
look at
attractive.
it, when I say a benefits package, Tim, I don't see that the police are any different than a DPW worker or a town office worker, whatever. Whatever we offer one, we have to offer everyone. So, just looking at a benefits package,
Mhm.
I'm thinking health insurance, vacation time, PTO, all of those, I think we're very comparable to what other communities have. Now, if the other communities are opting to, as you suggested many times, and I've told you I'd be in favor of that, is, you know, hey, they don't take our insurance, give them something for it, you know, or, you know, the hiring bonus, I'm kind of leery of, but I understand that other communities might be doing that to attract that person that wants to travel for that extra few $1,000s. And I think my feeling's always been on the insurance, if we could compensate someone for not taking it, only because of where the health insurance cost is. And I would in no way ever advocate to do even 50% of it, but you can do something to make it attractive.
Something is better than nothing.
Right.
And it's also, in that respect, is helping out the town as well.
Definitely. Yep.
And I think we would be very short-sighted not to seriously take a look at that. Now, I
Mhm.
don't know how many in town that we have currently that would opt out. I don't have that knowledge. But even if it's two, at the cost of what we're seeing for healthcare numbers, if you were to offer up a $5,000
Mhm. Yeah.
buyback.
Yep.
You know, that's still saving the town a tremendous amount of money on
Mhm.
a family plan.
Yeah.
And you could,
Yeah.
you could prorate it for two-person and so on. But I think that's something that this town could look at moving forward. You know, another thing that we need to look at, you know, is disability insurance, short-term and long-term disability insurance. These guys get hurt doing the job that you hired them to do, and workman's comp's not even gonna cover their bills. So now you're gonna rely on them to use up their bank sick time, which in some cases, if it's very early on in their employment here, is gonna be virtually nothing.
Mhm.
And then we're gonna end up losing that person.
You're gonna lose
He's
the
gonna-
person
he's
no
gonna
matter
start-
whether you have a
he's gonna
short
start
term.
looking for another job because he can't afford to work.
But again, Tim, I gotta be looking at it, and I'm hoping the board's looking at it, is we can't treat, offer the police officers one thing and not the others. So that's
I'm not asking for that.
but I'm just saying,
These
it's
are just
a
things that,
global,
I don't disagree, but these are things that I am seeing out and around through other municipalities that they're doing.
okay.
What you choose to do with that is what you choose to do with it.
Yeah, because at the core of it, we're not even there at a starting salary. Like, at that, like that one core fact is that our starting pay is lower.
Compared to whom?
Henniker?
Because they just put that out. We've had our wage scale in place
No, I
a
know.
year. When did we adjust that?
What,
Last year or 2 years?
2 years ago?
So that's what I'm saying is, it's,
Not,
And
First
before
off,
we-
we
That's what
don't
we're gonna
have
be
a
doing.
wage scale. Okay, so let's.
we
put
don't.
some-
I
put that
asked,
on the
when
table.
did we adjust the wages?
Okay.
2 years
2
ago.
years.
2 years ago.
And then we adjusted it with the COLA last year?
2 officers did. The 2 newest ones.
then what's that, the state, wage scale? Like, so the state has something that they,
There's 210, give or take, law enforcement agencies in the state of New Hampshire.
mhm,
And the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police have requested that all departments send in their wage scales for a period of time. In 2019, which was the last one that was done, it was 210 law enforcement agencies that put together the wage scale.
yep,
Okay, and they came up with figures for 0 to 30 years on the job. And what you're seeing there is the mean of those numbers. They
okay,
also broke it down by county, and the county numbers would, for lack of a better phrase, make you gag. Because we're in Hillsborough County, even though we're on the western fringes of Hillsborough County, we're still in Hillsborough County. And the cost of living in Hillsborough County compared to other areas is vastly different.
mhm,
So if you were to look at the 2018 memo, which I think you guys have a copy of, and looked at the far right column on that, it's got the statewide numbers in 2018 or 2019, and then it's also got the Hillsborough County numbers to the far right, and they're drastically different.
mhm.
I'm using the statewide numbers just to get us in the ballpark.
Did I hear you say that you were referencing by county?
In 2018, on the prior memo,
Correct.
if you need a copy of it, I can go make a copy of it.
You talking last year's memo?
Yes.
Or the year before? Okay, not in this.
No, not in the most recent one. It was the one from November of 2018.
Correct.
And to give you an idea, it ranges anywhere from $3 to $11 higher for Hillsborough County from what we were offering in 2018.
That's
Say
just
that
because
one
of
more time.
geographical location.
So in 2018, from what we were offering in 2018 compared to what the Hillsborough County was offering, ranged anywhere, depending on the position, from $3 an hour to $11 an hour difference from what we were offering.
Higher.
They were higher, Hillsborough County. Hillsborough County offers
Right.
significantly higher because, like,
When you say Nashua,
Right,
Manchester.
exactly, yeah, no, but, and that's why he said
Yeah.
he goes for the state, because, yeah, I mean, we're comparing ourselves to the Hennikers and the Marlboros, not the Manchesters and the
Yeah.
Nashuas.
keep things, but I don't go back, I think, to 2018.
Well, 2018 doesn't really matter so much, does it?
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
But I'm just
I
trying,
No.
was using it as reference.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
using it because
Yeah.
obviously in 2018, if they were anywhere from $3 to $11 higher than us then, they're probably going to be anywhere from $3 to $11 higher than us now.
so are you referring to 18 because there is no
He had
updated?
asked a question about where the numbers and how the numbers are derived, and I said, for this exercise, we're using the statewide pay scale.
Based on the
Instead-
state police,
No,
right?
no. Statewide is the average of all the 210 law enforcement agencies in the state contributed to this.
For 18.
No,
In
for,
18.
for
19
19,
was the last year.
for this one, like that memo,
Okay.
yeah, that's what that is.
And then I referenced that if you didn't wanna use those numbers, we could break it out by county. And then I was explaining our geographical location being in Hillsborough County and the cost difference for being
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I guess in my mind, 2018 is behind us. We're in 2020 with proposed wages that we did on October 20th. And how would those compare with a statewide today or a county?
I don't know because.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Well, based on that, I mean, looking at
Looks like we're $3,000 off, like we
The-
pushed up, but we're
well,
still
we
behind.
pushed
Yeah.
up, and we're only in line coming from that 2019 survey.
Mhm.
Okay, so using the 2019 survey numbers for our starting patrolman,
Yeah,
that is the only thing we're in line with.
but we're above that.
No,
No?
We're right.
no, we're right at it.
Yeah.
The 2021 salary for using the 2019 survey and then 2 years of COLA at 3%, we have just hit that.
All
But,
right, it says 2021 salary.
right, 48,
Patrolman,
48,
48,108.
right.
Mhm.
So that's going forward from now. That's a year away,
No,
months
that's
away.
months away.
Okay, so in 2020, we had said we could go up to 48,000.
Right.
Okay. Then there's two patrolmen, so I don't know what the difference in experience, I guess, would be.
Years on the job.
Yeah, but I'm just saying on here, it has patrolman 2 rates. Doesn't say,
Well, it's because the bottom two would be the ones that we haven't hired yet,
Correct.
the one with the higher number. So we have 2 open positions that we're hiring for.
I'm not looking at that side, John. I'm
I'm,
looking at where
Right.
is the 20 salary statewide.
right, so what he's saying is he's using that as a starting patrolman based on what we have. So in 2019, that starting patrolman out of the academy in 2019 would have been paid 45. They're now, with 2 years of COLA, they're at 48. We are offering 48 for that same position. That's what we approved him to offer. Start him at 45, up to 48 after 6 months after academy.
But what it looks like to me is they start at 48 and basically go up to 51.
Well, they're starting at 48 and towns around us are paying 51 just to get
Yeah.
him here.
And that's what they have in an advertisement, but I'm just wondering, when I look under the column 2021
Right.
salary statewide,
Yeah.
and I see 48,108, 48,108, that's not telling me new whip switches. I thought this is a statewide average.
Yeah.
Back up. Go to the left,
Yep,
2021 projected salary.
yes,
Okay, it says
Yeah.
45, 320 to 48.
yes,
That's for us,
yes,
currently,
correct.
all right? The wage survey in 19 was 45, 385, plus 2 years worth of 3% COLA. Statewide projection is 48,108,
Okay,
okay? Does that answer your question? So the 43.5
so this
to the 48.
column here, the 2021 salary statewide is the projection for the average wage based on,
The statewide average, not
Correct.
ours.
correct, all right. So, what I'm asking though, now if you look at that, we've got 3 different patrolmen listed there.
Mhm.
What I don't know is what is the difference between patrolman 1 and patrolman 2 for years of experience? I presume 2 and 3 are new recruits.
I'm gonna work in reverse order, David.
Okay.
From the bottom up,
Yep,
patrolman and patrolman, those are both brand new hires.
right,
So they're gonna come in at the same rate.
yep,
The number 3rd patrolman
Mhm.
has 12 years of experience, and the master patrolman has 13.
so this one's 12 years. You say 15 for the master?
13.
15.
Oh, you said 15.
Yeah,
So I'm assuming just for you are using, so we don't have to talk names
Mhm.
on that far side.
Mhm.
Okay.
But is there, I think there's a mathematical error here because it's showing statewide that the 12 and the 15 would be at the same rate, whereas they
Because they
weren't.
broke them down into chunks of time, 10 to 15 years.
You know the way you just
In
told me the
statewide.
one is 12 and one is 15.
Yep.
In 21, one was at 55, one was at 64. So if I add 6% and 6%, shouldn't they be at a different? No? What am I missing?
You're looking at the columns wrong. So-
No, he's okay with that, John. What you're missing is, understand, everything is done based on personnel evaluations.
So that 12-year patrolman should have been at the same, like the average,
Because we do merit-based increases, the raises fall as the performance is evaluated. In theory, they're supposed to be at the same level based on the amount of time, 10 to 15-year window.
David.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Simple math. Current salary 2021 for a patrolman was 53,872.
Yep.
You added 3%. Projected salary was 55,488.
Correct.
and then you stop there.
Yeah.
Stop. But
Stop.
stop there.
Just
Stop there.
Yeah,
Stop.
stop.
Okay.
That's New Ipswich.
That yeah.
So those first 3
Okay.
columns are New Ipswich.
draw a line
Draw a line.
Yeah.
right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything beyond that
Yeah.
is what the state reported to the chief based on surveys. And what the state does is not what we have. They lump it into a 10 to 15 year patrolman averages this amount.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
But to the left, we don't have 12 and 15 year patrolmen.
Yes, we do.
Really?
That's
Oh.
what.
That's what we're
I have
discussing.
2,
Yeah.
That's why I just
the
asked.
master patrolman and the patrolman.
With 12 to 15 years experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Keep
they
going.
came, they
Just-
came to us from other jurisdictions with time on the job.
okay. Keep going.
I don't know where to go.
Oh,
What do you want me
okay.
to say?
No, I just didn't know if you had something else you were doing.
Now for the master, is there a different like schooling that patrolman's gone to that gives them that master?
In
Is
this
that an
case,
actual
he's a
title,
firearms
or-
instructor,
Okay.
and he has some other advanced trainings.
Mhm.
He's also a taser instructor too.
Okay. And is that available to the other patrolmen?
Yeah.
Like, does he have the same qualifications or no? Like, no, okay. So the fact that he's basically, you know, like with his years of experience and at a lesser rate. Cause like that's not okay, but it's, you wouldn't have him at you wouldn't have him at the same rate as the person that has more training, right?
It'd be closer than what it is now,
Yeah, yeah,
but it's still performance-based.
okay. And then when you had said that it would increase our budget by 40,000, was that meeting the state averages, like through all the ranks?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's rough figures, I haven't
Yeah,
gotten it
yeah.
right down to.
I'm just trying to put together all the
That
different
includes
pieces.
payroll, that includes retirement, that includes FICA,
Yeah. Mhm.
Medicare rather, and holiday pay. But again, that's a rough number.
Yeah.
It really needs to be,
Yeah, if you just go by the difference down that side, it's,
Yeah.
That's 32,727. But then if you brought those two patrolmen up to the 51, that brings out to 38,727.
Okay.
but the bigger issue moving forward is, you know, we need to set a pay scale. And that's not just for us, that should be townwide. You know, people are getting hired, they wanna know where they're gonna be.
In what other business do you know what you're gonna be unless,
But here's the thing, David, okay?
Yeah.
We're talking municipal,
I don't care what we're talking.
Business.
Tim, I'm looking at a business here, and the one thing I will not advocate is just increase someone's rate because they've put in the time. What I've always advocated is we should be compensating them for their performance. If they do well, great. If they don't do well,
well, then the way
and I
things
think,
are structured in municipal government, then we're gonna continue to be a revolving door. And that's the way it's gonna be.
why would it be a revolving door, Tim? If you
People
have,
have expenses. They need to budget for, they have a right to know what they're gonna be. And when you have other municipalities around you that have actual, step and pay scales in place, and they can look and say, I can be here and make this, or I can be in New Hampshire and say, I don't know what I'm gonna be making next year.
And it's
So
not,
what is gonna be the,
and it's not
what's gonna
why
be the
would
draw?
it be a revolving door? It is a revolving door, and it's been a revolving door for.
it has
Long
not
time,
been a
right?
revolving door. Let's
20
speak.
officers in 18 years isn't a revolving door?
Speak
Yes,
of
it is.
20, Tim,
In my job, David,
Yeah.
that's a revolving door. We've
Okay.
been nothing but a training ground for this town.
I can think of 5 officers that have left, and you've acknowledged it, is they left police altogether.
5 out of 20. The rest of them are still working.
I don't think they're working there.
They're working in law enforcement.
Some of the ones, I'm just thinking even recently, within the last few years,
I should have brought the list down.
I'm thinking 4 recently that got out of law enforcement.
Yeah, well, I'm not there with
Yeah.
you, so.
All right,
and I don't
but
know
going
what to do.
back to the proposed step, you were saying, well, if an officer comes in and he sees, hey, this is what they're offering me now, I don't know what I'm gonna be making next year. I mean, part of the review process for them is, look, we do it on a merit increase. Some guys have been getting X, others get Y. It's based on performance. Wouldn't that individual say, hey, I know I'm going to be a good officer and I'm going to get to this point?
So, like with the merit process, because I was new to this in March, and I feel like I saw some of that merit. So we had a sheet from you that came in, like of where you believe people should be, like based upon your review, right? And then this board adjusted it, like adjusted the numbers. So,
For the first time in my 8 years as chief, by the way,
yeah.
they didn't take my recommendation.
Yeah, and did it like it was like all over the board. Like from my perspective, it was all over the board. It's something I haven't understood the whole time. Like so, I've been looking forward to this like now, and I don't understand why we don't take like the department heads or the police chief's recommendation on what the merit increase should be for your staff essentially, and then the board goes and changes it like how we wanted to change, like however we saw fit. Which I wasn't much a part of the conversation because I had no.
If you were
no
there,
idea.
you were part of the conversation.
No, I didn't know. Like I don't know. Like
Oh.
no, that's I go by your. You know, you've been in this for a long time, so I just was watching the process and trying to understand what was going on. So now I see that's why things are behind because it's being adjusted down. Like everything, not everything was adjusted down, but it was played with. All of Tim's numbers were played with, like at the board level.
I believe the adjustment we made was an increase for one officer.
And I think what it was
Incorrect.
because,
There was 2 officers.
yeah, and I think what happens was some of it based on the budget that was there. We had to make, if we wanted to do some adjustments, higher adjustments on one, we had to lower an adjustment on another. If I remember right, it was March.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, like I just didn't understand why like a budget was passed with a certain numbers in it, and then they were, you know, like that came from you, like the department head.
Right. But because it's a total number, and we have to meet that total number.
Yeah.
So if someone goes up, someone else has to go down. Because if you go up and everyone goes up, so if you go above what the chief suggests on one, you have to adjust down on another to keep the total budget the same.
All right. Yeah, I didn't know if it worked out evenly or not. Like if it all stayed within
Well,
like your requested budget.
it would have all stayed within that line item. Because
Yeah.
we won't overspend it. Plus, we can't overspend, once that goes through town, we can't increase that line item for wages.
Mhm.
That's one of the issues,
Yeah.
is that because those were done post-election, we can't increase that salary line item.
But why would we pick who gets higher and who gets lower?
Because we took recommendations from the chief and then made some changes based on what we felt should have been done for a senior officer or how things had been happening based on what was going on at the time. Again, it's March.
Yeah, no, I know,
I'm
but like from
spitballing
what
at this
Chief is
point.
saying, like it's not working, like and it hasn't been working, like from his
It-
perspective, to retain officers, right?
They don't know what they're doing from one year to the next. They don't know if we don't do COLAs, it's all merit-based.
Mhm.
So,
Have we not increased the pay rates for police officers every year? Yes or no? Simple question.
we have gone years where we have not.
Really?
Yeah.
How far back are you going?
Maybe 5
Every
years.
year we have
Maybe 5
increased.
years. I'm not looking to start an argument here, Dave.
No,
You
but
just asked a blanket question, I gave you a blanket answer.
I didn't get an answer.
Did I not say 5 years?
Okay, so for the last 5 years, the police officers have been getting increased and we've adjusted the rates. True?
True, if we're
Okay.
going in that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You understand that now?
Okay.
Because you're saying that we haven't been. You make a
I
statement.
didn't say that we haven't been. I didn't say that we haven't been adjusting it each year. I didn't understand how it worked. With
You said we're going down. As if though
we're not meeting like a state average, and he's having trouble
We're not
retaining
meeting
officers.
a current state average that you're looking at on a piece of paper. Current.
So which,
Every time we keep increasing, those numbers then get increased again.
and we're behind is the point. Like each step of the way, it seems like we're
How do
behind
you
those
ever
numbers.
get ahead if that number that you're trying to reach keeps moving?
I think we're like 2 years off on this whole, like, the moving up. That's what it, just
So, if
going
I'm
off of numbers
just so
on a
that I
piece of
can
paper, that's
understand
what
what
it
you're
looks like to
saying.
me. Yeah,
Right now, if the chief were to recommend that a patrolman gets 50,000, you're saying, no, we should make it 55 so that in 2 years, when that number moves up, we're still there.
not what I said at all.
I'm trying to understand.
I don't think that's right.
Okay?
Not at all. Like,
Wait a minute, wait. This is the selectmen's meeting with the chief. We have not gone into the budget yet, but I will give you the opportunity, Jack. I just wanna understand what it is you're saying we're behind. How do we get ahead? If
I don't
that-
want to get ahead. I want to.
How do we
be-
maintain? How do we stay?
And it's an ever-changing job. It's different than any of the other jobs where, you know, a lot of people are leaving law enforcement altogether, and it's like
Stick to the subject.
this is the subject.
How do we
It's
keep?
changing. You have to change with, like, so we have to come up with something new, and we have to, like, change what the thinking that's been happening for the last 10 years. Like, we have, like, instead of just bumping up and being behind a year or two on starting salary, like, you have to meet it and then get creative with some of the other benefits and give him tools in order to hire and retain officers. That's what he's asking for. It's like a simple thing. And it's only, like, over his whole budget, I think you're at, I tried to, what, like $700, almost $800,000. It's not a lot of extra money, like, to get him to that point, to give him those tools. 40,000 over that isn't a lot, and it's not a lot over our budget. And it will make it so that he can hire and retain officers, potentially. Because we're just going to be one of the mix in the pool. So instead of being, like, at the bottom of the pool, we're just going to be, like, in the swimming area with a whole bunch of other municipalities. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. And he just
Everybody's
wants,
having trouble hiring,
yeah.
and everybody's having trouble retaining, so. If we're not gonna get creative and try to do something to make it feasible and viable, then we're just gonna continue to spin our wheels.
and cost the
But
town
we
more money.
go back to the point of, right now, today,
Mhm.
what would you say a rate for a starting patrolman should be? Just throw a number.
I'll throw out 48.
48, okay? So next year, when we're back here again, and he says, hey, Hillsborough County, they're paying 50, 52. What did we do wrong?
Well, I see some numbers from towns in our area that are at 52 already.
Okay, so
So that puts us a year behind. That's
So-
all I'm getting to.
So what I said earlier, and you said, no, that's not what I said,
Mhm.
is that your position is we should go above and beyond what
In-
the towns are paying.
Incorrect. Just
How do I get to 52?
come within that area.
John,
Like,
help me out here. Am I missing something?
No,
like, you're at 48, they're at 52, and you think 48 and 52 is the same, but it's not the same. It's different.
It is different.
Yeah.
It
but
is-
but
But we go by the chief's
Yeah, it's-
recommendation. He says 48. So we say, okay, let's go to 48. Next year, he's going to be sitting there, and he's going to say, you know, that number's moved. We're going to be at 50. You're going to say, well, we're behind. Yes, we are,
Yeah.
because that number moved again.
It's gonna continue to move.
It does.
and Unless you get creative and do things differently to make it attractive, we're gonna continue to kick this can down the road.
it's,
So
yeah.
you as a board need to figure out what you wanna do.
Because our projected for 21 is 48, and that's after 6 months in completion of the police academy. So that's still, we're not at 48, we're actually at 45, is what the starting pay is, right? So the 48 doesn't kick in until that's accomplished.
Till he becomes a
Yeah,
police officer.
and hopefully that would be by the end of 21 is what we're looking at. So then you take that person that's at 48 when other people have started at already 51, 750. Like, the numbers don't match up, and we're always, but
yeah.
that's what I say, we're
No, I
always
understand.
behind.
But on top of that, he'd be at 48. Then he would be eligible for the increase in next year's budget. he'd be eligible for the merit increase.
Hopefully 3%, right?
Well, it is a 3% pool.
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah.
So it could be, I mean, and that's the piece, and that's what, and that's the thing, is that it's a 3%, it's a 3% pool. And depending on what happens, maybe that's different. I mean, right now, we've consistently going at a 3% pool. But it is, I agree with the chief, we're constantly, like, it's a hokey shuffle. Grab hands and dance in a circle, kicking yourself in the ass, because that's what we're doing constantly. Because it is the truth. The smaller municipalities bump theirs up a little bit. Nashua and Manchester will bump theirs up even more. Small municipalities have to, but I agree with the chief. What we have to do is, I think there's got to be a balance between increasing wages and what David said is making New Ipswich attractive as a place to come. I spoke to one of the officers, I think it was a couple years ago, and he said he enjoyed coming to New Ipswich because he had opportunities he never would have had he been a little fish in a huge pond by going to Manchester and Nashua. He had opportunities here that he didn't get anywhere else.
Which is also very true, but
Yeah.
the problem is that makes that officer extremely marketable.
Exactly, and that's it. And I honestly, I don't think he's here anymore.
Not surprised.
So it's that piece. If he was able to do some of those trainings that it would have taken him years to get somewhere else, he got the opportunity here, and then someone else stole him. So I think there's got to be balance. Now, I mean, I'm in favor of probably what many would consider a radical increase to the police salaries, because number one, that's the first thing we have to do, and it may make people uncomfortable, but it's what I'm in favor of at this point. It needs to be done, and then look at some of those other pieces. You talk about the benefits. That's something, for years I've walked into, employers and went, I'm not going to use your insurance. I want more money. And some of them gave it to me and some of them didn't. Some of them said, well, that's your choice. I'm like, well, it's also my choice whether to take the job, But I think in the long run, it's one of those pieces. If we're spending, looking at the numbers that we're going to be looking at later for healthcare, an increase of $5,000 compared to what we pay out as a town yearly on these employees, we're making out in the plus. So, but I think we need to look at these numbers and definitely do a across the board increase and get these officers back to a competitive wage. And I understand that that's next year, we're gonna be looking at it again. But I don't think we'll be as far behind as we are right now.
Yeah, I have no problem increasing it, but when I was hearing that we're always going backwards, and I'm like,
No, we're not
We're
going
not.
backwards, but
It wasn't backwards, it was just
It's
not.
down
yeah.
was the word you
Yeah.
used, down.
but it's
You're right.
and I look at it as it's not backwards, but other towns have started to make the decisions that we're talking about tonight, making those increases. They have already made those, and so yes, we're behind the curve with a lot of municipalities, and I think that's we need to at least try to catch up. Not saying we're going to be first.
We're gonna catch up for this year,
Yeah,
and
and
then
we
we're
know
gonna be
that.
behind again.
And yeah, we're gonna.
And
But
it's a-
it is. But at least we're not going to be as far behind as we are right now.
Unless you propose something to get other towns to stop increasing.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Alright,
Yeah, that's a monopoly.
yeah.
The other thing I'd like to interject into that, and it all depends on if we're able to recruit certified officers that have some time on the job and they have a maturity level about them. They're also looking for a comfort zone. Prime examples, I've got 3 officers up there right now with double-digit years on the job. they're not gonna arbitrarily just pick up and bail out unless they're gonna find something radically better. So I think by what you're suggesting with the older generation of an officer, that will get them to stay. The problem that we have is generational. And the fact that everyone is looking for the almighty dollar once they get out of their basement. That's the problem we're running into. Everybody's chasing it. And none of them know what this job entails. And until they get out here, and there's a PD real close to us that put 2 individuals through the academy, both of them under the age of 30, put them through the academy, and inside of the first 6 weeks of being back from the academy in the FTO program, they walked into the chief's office and they threw all their gear on the floor and said, "We're done." And that's a stable.
Meaning out of law enforcement,
Out
or
of
they
law
went somewhere?
enforcement,
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they have no idea what they're signing up for. And that's true, that's what we're dealing with today. So if you can hire someone that is already full-time, has the 3 to 5 years on the job, a little stability, a little maturity, if they get in, they get comfortable, like what's going on, they're more likely to stay. Versus the younger individual that wants to come out, even though, to John's point, they come out of the academy, they're coming to a smaller agency, they're getting all the training in the world, and they're getting the life experience to go along with it, versus going to a Manchester, Nashua, Hudson, Pelham, or any of those agencies where they become a number, and all they do is see the same block for the 8-hour patrol shift. So we're training these officers to leave is what we're doing, because that's really the only way that we're able to keep and attract to a certain degree in combination with a salary, if any of that makes sense to you.
It does. It goes back to the same thing, is that
And
we train them and all somebody has to do is dangle a carrot and they're
that's
gone.
why
Yeah.
you're better off, time and time again, I've said this, to hire someone that's already full-time certified with some years on the job and the maturity to go along with it. But you've got to have that figure, and if you don't have that figure, it's not gonna work.
In one of these posts that you sent through, I don't know if it must have been Marlboro's, they were, I think it was in that one, about hiring part-time certified officers.
Yep.
We ever ventured out to do that?
Nope, not going to either, because, I truly believe that's gonna be short-lived, under the governor's commission.
Oh, you said the right thing. He's got a whole new thing coming
Yep.
up.
And they're gonna limit what a part-time officer can do, to the point where it's not gonna be viable for a small town to utilize them in the same capacity that they are now as an actual duty unit, patrol unit, to handle all calls. They're going to shred that. In the
Just
fact
in a
that
nutshell, what are you trying to tell me? That they're not gonna allow part-time police officers?
they're gonna allow it, but it's gonna be in a minimized capacity where they wouldn't be able to go out and effect arrest. They're not gonna go out and do DWI arrest. They would have to call somebody in to do that. Which all of those are the powers that part-time officer has now. So this is all coming down the road.
And this is with a certified officer.
They're gonna change the part-time certification to the point where it's non-existent. And that's really gonna hurt the small
And when
town.
is this happening?
I'll say in the next 2 to 3 years. And the problem with hiring a full-time certified officer part-time is his full-time job is his responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So that we have him scheduled for a shift. You know, I've gotta bail out, I've got an overtime shift, I've gotta pull here, or I've got court, I've got training. That leaves us holding the bag. And being short-staffed, it's hard enough to fill a schedule. Now you're asking us to fill it at the last minute, which is even more difficult to do.
See, I'm only looking at the part-time officer as somebody to fill in the void when we don't have somebody available. And what was one of the other items that was in that
Over
post
the border,
from Marlboro?
like from out of town, like out of state.
Out of
So,
state.
Yeah.
so like having them, you know, for them it'd be like either probably a Vermont officer coming over the border
Or, yeah, you're not gonna get a mass officer coming up over the border with what they're making down there.
no.
It's just,
But-
yeah,
Yeah, you might get a Vermont one.
yep. And actually, the last hire I had was a Vermont officer.
Oh, that's what it was. The Marlboro had, and I just didn't understand it. Oh, and there'll be no requirement for an overnight shift. So do they just not have 24-hour service?
They're not a 24-hour service. They are under a population of 3,000, and by New Hampshire RSA, they don't have to staff. And New Hampshire State Police takes care of that.
Covers that.
Which is why they can each have their own vehicle too, because they don't have.
Yeah, that was the other one. Take-home vehicle. I'm like, how
Yeah,
many vehicles do you have?
they actually have 3.
So they only have 3 offices?
But if you were to look at their maintenance line, it would be about a third of what it would if it was a community vehicle. Because a single officer driving a single vehicle, the maintenance costs generally fall right through the floor.
Becomes like your personal vehicle.
Yep.
Huh.
I mean,
When you're putting 4 or 5 different people in a vehicle, driving habits change, you know. That'd be like you getting in a car, me getting in behind you, you know, the way,
Let's not go there.
okay.
Let's not go there.
burn out the motor on the seat right away.
Yeah, exactly. Get the height and the length adjustment.
Well, I'll let you know, I'm just, the whole thing about the immediate rewarding we blame the rec departments on those, all these people, everybody gets a trophy, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you
We
should have to
won't- we won't
compete
talk
for
about
it.
that.
Everybody gets a cookie.
Yeah, that's it, everybody
Yeah.
gets a. Sprinkles are for winners. So,
So where are we?
I'm looking at adding 40,000 to the salary line. Or 40,000 to the budget,
Mhm.
most of it being in that salary line.
Well, yeah, and
Tim, where's
Well,
your,
you said there's
you
a
had
round number,
calculations
right?
somewhere, didn't you? I remember reading it.
I don't think there's anything.
Calculations,
For
specific.
where, the budget would be with making salary adjustments.
actually, I don't think I did.
I thought I read it, yes, and that's why I thought I saw,
He said,
40,000.
well, he said
I put a
it-
rough,
a rough
That's
number.
a
where was
round
that though?
number.
Where did you,
That
which
would've
one of
been-
these?
that would have been in yesterday's, I think.
Yeah, kind of near the.
In the
top of
memo?
Page 2, yeah.
Yep.
Implementing my recommendations, which does not include the figures for the 3 or 5 year patrolmen, would increase the police department budget by approximately 40,000. So the number I have
But
before,
can I just ask one question
Mhm.
first? But we don't, I thought you just told me, if I understood you, we have offices with more than 10 years. Where is that factored in? Because it says 3-year and 5-year.
Part of the conversation last week was you wanted to try and recruit full-time certified officers with a minimum of 3 years up to 5. So based on that statewide survey, those were the numbers I'm providing you there. That's information only.
But that 40,000 would only be if we're bringing in 2 new certified officers with that 3 to 5 year.
No,
no.
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 So,
How do you,
I
if
have,
it's not here?
Those, I did not put those in there.
I have a number. The reason I said 40,000 is if you do the increases that are in the final column on that page, where we have the new Ipswich numbers, the state
Yeah.
numbers, okay?
Yeah.
You take that final column and you add it up, that is $32,727, okay? That is with those 2 new officers at 48,000. If you bring them, or you have the ability to put 51,000 in there,
Wait a minute, what column added up to 32?
The very final column, the difference
The
column.
difference, okay.
Okay, the difference column is $32,727. Now, if you take those two $48,000 positions and you bump them up to $51,000, that brings that number to $38,727. I'm putting an additional $1,300 on top of that and making that total number $40,000.
Alright, I propose we have a meeting where we can sit down and do the numbers and, so that I can understand what we're doing.
Okay,
Right.
Fair enough?
that's fair.
Now, with that figure, John, we also have to include retirement.
Oh, I understand that. I'm talking salaries only. That $40,000 is a salary change.
And I'm a little bit lower
I'm
than
saying,
that.
I
Just,
told you, I'm,
just because there's a difference between the 12-year and the 15-year, like certification wise. So I don't think that we necessarily have to bump.
but that
That
gives you,
person
but
up.
that gives you the ability to hire a 3 to 5 year, not a brand new.
Yeah. No. It's, yeah.
For this
And
meeting
again,
that
we
we're gonna
don't,
be having,
we don't have to spend it
could
all.
you give
either.
me a list
It's a
of the
line- it's a-
positions
Line item.
with
Yeah.
their
If we don't spend it,
years?
it goes, it's
And
used.
where they
it can be
currently
used somewhere
are.
else. If we don't fill
So
the
that
2
we can
patrolman
look at it.
positions, that money's not used,
Yeah.
or it's used somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that ability, but that's why I said, I'm willing to look at making this a change. And I know that there's numbers on top of that, but I look at it as if we don't put, and again, if we don't put the number in there now, we can't put it in later.
I'm not disagreeing
No,
with you on
so
this.
I would rather, like I said, like I just told Sean, if we don't hire, like say you don't get those 2 patrolmen in,
Mhm.
okay? Well, then that gives you the opportunity to hire someone else at a higher rate, and then we look at the budget again next year. Because all of a sudden, that's based on a 12-month cycle, we only have them for 6 months, that leaves you an additional, say, $24,000 to spend somewhere else. But if we don't put that number in, and it goes back to your point of and it's something Scott has brought up and we've taught, is put what the position should be paying with the perfect employee,
Mhm.
and then you pay the employee what
They're worth.
they're worth.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of saying, well, we're only budgeting what they're worth, and now they quit, and now we can't hire anyone better. We can only hire a C-level employee. We can't afford an A-level because the budget won't handle it. So I'd rather step out and say, that's what I want to add to the line. So that's but yeah, we can discuss it more on another night, but I just
And he'll
wanted.
give us a
Yep.
position and service, because I
Yeah.
think the service is an important factor. All set?
I guess.
Thank you for your time, Chief.
So when are we gonna talk about that though?
Put on
Like, we
this
set a
agenda.
date. Yeah.
Yeah, put in next week's. Thank you for the time you spent on this, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Likewise.
This information is hugely helpful.
And if you need anything else, let me know and I'll get that to you. Scott, I'll have it to you by tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough.
Good night.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. How are you, Ollie? Didn't recognize you with your mask on.
I have a little conflict, so I don't know if we can move on to the cemetery budget and the patriotic purpose budget.
Scott made that revision already.
Huh?
Scott made that revision already. We
We got
moved
you.
you
We're,
up.
we're
We
coming.
got you at the top.
Yeah.
You good?
We're on the top
Yep,
So,
Of the agenda.
what do you do?
right now?
right now.
Right now.
Yeah. You have the floor.
All right, this is the cemetery budget.
Thank you, Ollie.
last year we were, funded for, 37,210, and if everything comes together, we'll have spent 37,165. With the snowstorm here, I think the fence, that we were putting along Benny Hill Road, near the Morrill Annex and then off the front of, Section D, which is the closest section to the dam. I don't think they're gonna be able to finish unless we get some real warm weather between now and the end of the year. But after saying that, we went through, the budget for next year, and bottom line, we came up with 40,500. And that would include 3 projects. One being, there's an electric line in Center Cemetery that is broken, so we can't get power to the podium area. Also, the center bridge needs some repair and painting, and also the front fence would be good for a coat of paint and any repairs. And I'm looking at that being up around 4,000 for those 3 things. Also, our labor has gone from 2,000 to, because we spent already 3,500 this year. And so we also were looking forward to what do we do to be able to pay folks minimum wage of $15 an hour rather than just a 12.
What's the
35
minimum
again.
wage in New Hampshire?
What's that?
What is the minimum wage in New Hampshire?
I have no
7 and
idea.
4.
Yeah, I didn't think it was 15.
It's what?
7 1/4.
Well, I mean, you can't get anybody to come and
Oh, I
work
know.
at 12.
Yeah, but when you said 15, I'm like, that was a new one to me.
Well, I'm looking at, I think that pretty much common in the town of Northwich, we pay our laborers about $15 an hour. And we just think that the guys that are working in the cemetery should at least get that.
Yeah.
Give you a couple of examples, and then, by the way, if you have some time, take a look at Center Cemetery. We had
Outstanding.
two plus days of professional, our landscaper came in and cut brush for us and chipped everything and took everything away. And in 2 days, we spent $3,500.
Yeah, I saw Bruce, you did a bunch of work for you.
Well, there's that, which I'd like to explain a little bit later too. But what all he did was, because of the dry weather, we had I think two less mowings this year. So we utilized that money to get some of that brush chipped by the same contractor that does your mowing anyway. They're already
Yeah.
insured to the level the town expects, and they're very reliable, and that money technically would have been going to them anyway, had we had those extra mowings, and they did an outstanding job. And one of the reasons we would like to increase, this is the second or third year running, that we'd like to increase that labor rate, is Ollie this year got kind of aligned with, he couldn't get the monument people to come, which we have a list of monuments as before that have been repaired, but he couldn't get Medlin over here because they were shorthanded. He went to Peterborough Marble and Granite, and he got them to come over a little bit, but then they couldn't stay very long. There was a gentleman in town that's done some work, he listed to do some of the just plumbing and leveling of some of the stones, and as far as we're concerned, he did a very, very good job. He did a lot of work.
Yeah.
And I think in order to get him for the future, we do need to go up to a little bit higher pay. And that transcends into a little bit less money maybe going out to Medlin or Peterborough, Marble and Granite, where we've got someone in town that's willing to do that and has done a very good job.
Yeah, one of the problems that we didn't get Medlin this year is Richard, who, is the owner of the Medlin. He was diagnosed with cancer, and immediately he said, "I'm retiring." And his son Adam is shorthanded, and there was a period of time that looked like he was going to get somebody else also to help him, but that didn't
Have you ever looked at the coffles? See if they,
Isn't that Peterborough, Marble and Granite?
Is that it? Yeah.
I think that is
Oh,
John,
yeah,
John
yeah.
Constable, yeah.
Okay.
Which actually I was,
they're
we were all quite impressed as trustees that he took that initiative to get a hold of them, because as you know, we were spoken to a number of years ago to, if you budget that money, you need to use it.
Yeah. So,
And he did.
Good.
That electric line repair, I think, is a huge liability. That's something that should be done, and it really ought to be done by an electrician, because that's, we don't know where the power is or isn't.
Is that what the box is that's out on the pole at the entrance?
Yes, that's all been replaced. And,
So where does that power go to?
goes to the podium area.
Which is what, an
Right
outlet in the ground?
Right near the.
Just an outlet in the ground?
Yeah, it's on the raised, platform, in Center Cemetery,
Okay.
yeah.
What's the center cemetery bridge repair?
That, I believe, is pretty much just the railings have been broken. Yeah.
And
Oh, really?
Just as you.
Yeah, you're not-
Yeah, oh, no,
yeah.
not
Okay.
serious. No, we're not getting into bottomless
I'm
culverts or
like,
anything.
where are you guys?
No, just the railings, they were broken a few years ago, and again, that's probably a liability if somebody, kids were riding bicycles in there and they happen to go plunk over the,
It's called an accident, not a liability.
depends on which side you're looking, right?
I'm good with the numbers they've presented. It's nice to see that you have plans for the rest of the money that wasn't spent this year.
I
Instead
agree.
of, yeah, because otherwise, looking at what we had for your numbers, I was gonna ask if you could start buying materials for the repairs, but it looks like you're already gonna spend pretty close to what you have anyway, so.
There is, even the brush cutting that was done by the professionals,
Yeah.
it's always kind of annoyed me. We put flagpoles in over there, and in the back, behind the flagpoles, there were monuments in there with, granite around them. And the 8-10 foot high monument, it was a family burial plot. You couldn't even see it. It was buried in brush. And there's a little tag on it that used to say perpetual care, and then you're like, but that is now out there, and I think what they've done and he's put together, if you ever drove over there, you'd be really surprised at how much better it looks over there.
Excellent.
Let me ask a question, for the board. We met out there, I don't know, last year
Yes.
already, about needing more space. We
This
talked,
is a movement towards that.
okay, we
baby
talked about reconfiguring the layout in the upper areas to eliminate
Some of the roads.
roadways between there. Has anything been done with that?
You're saying eliminate roadways?
So right now, you've basically got like a plot facing left, a plot facing right, and then you have an access road. A plot facing left, a plot facing right, and access road. If you take out, because if you go to some of the other cemeteries in the area, there's not so much access road. People will have to, basically all you should have, in my opinion, is that perimeter access road. Everything else in between should be green space. Close it off, seed it, make more burial space for it. So that way we're not running out of burial space in that cemetery. You could put at least one more row, maybe not two. You maybe couldn't do left and right, but you could do left and then on another road do right. So that, and then you get to that end piece, all the funeral directors, they have carts, they got, the whole deal. I mean, you go to some of the ones out in Nashua and Manchester, you're walking quite a distance before you, from the access road to certain plots.
I think
And-
one of our concerns when we were discussing that, and I don't think we really followed through on it, was the idea of getting a vault truck into some of those spots.
But
That
typically,
truck
what
is
I've
great.
seen, Gary, is,
Where there's a will, there's a way.
no, but I mean, and they get the vault trucks, they get the backhoes, is that you have a row of headstones, and you have a row of headstones, and there's a walkway, 3 feet, whatever, between those two. Then you plot, another plot, headstones again. So that when the vault truck or the backhoe is gonna go down, they can go down where it's wide. It's not for vehicle traffic, for
No.
But I think John's description of, and that's how I envision it, is that loop road, no matter where you are, it's a short walk to any of those graves up there. And if there was a way that we can
Well, looking ahead.
gather more
utilize every
space
square inch.
without having to redo the mountain just yet,
Yeah.
would be beneficial.
Get you quite a few more spots to sell.
We had a burial of George Leal,
Mm-hmm.
and George, that grave is right up against the, where the, it used to be a barbed wire fence there and everything else, and there's a bunch of trees right there now. And
He's
when
referring to Beatty Hill now.
Doug Waller came up that day to look, he couldn't move his, and he's got the small excavator. He felt very unsure of driving over those graves with that excavator. So what we did was we cut a bunch of brush around those trees and everything else, and his truck and everything else went in the easement area to back down so he could get in there easier. And there's a lot of spots in the South Cemetery that you won't get anybody driving over, because and it is, if you check where the vault is, vault should be, well, I don't know who came up with the rules, but anyways, it's comfortable if it's 2 feet down. But there are some spots it's like within a rule or a foot. That's one of the nice things about the Balch area, is that every grave can get to without worrying about driving over a grave that, especially in the South Cemetery, you have graves that don't have vaults. That was, they were buried before, that was a requirement.
I think what we're referring to, Ollie, is strictly at the center cemetery up top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those should be all vaulted if
Yeah.
enough there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
oh,
Could you look at that and let us know?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Ollie, you looked
I-
confused.
no, I'm totally against
Good.
that.
Oh,
I-
why?
Just for the access, I mean, you're gonna have, you say that there's, plenty of room to walk. You got a hill to drop, you would have to walk up it sometimes. You see this, 40, I believe it's 400 feet. Cause we have 20 10x10s on one side of the island, so we have 2 rows, back to back, and then we have, like you say, the access road.
Well, it's been worth looking into.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's just so important.
all right,
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
hey, real quick, cause I have.
So what line items actually changed?
None.
Yeah, right.
Changed since last year or this year, Mark?
Being proposed for this year, changed from last year to this year.
They did.
Labor,
the
labor went up 1,500.
So it's 3,500?
Yep.
Yeah.
Supplies went down 250.
Went down 250 or 250?
It went down $250.
Okay.
Repairs went up 3,000.
Yeah.
Mowing went down 1,500.
And I noticed on here, we don't have FICA and Medi in the budget.
Well, that comes out of the sexton's pay. You'd be adding it twice. That's not a separate category.
It
So
has been.
38,460?
No, brush cutting went up 1,000. So 40,500 is the budget.
So when we pay FICA and any other insurance on these laborers out there, it has to come out of the line item, not out of,
Well, it's subtracted out of,
So-
the 5,000,
Ollie, I'm just looking
yeah,
in 2020,
yeah.
this year, we had $381 allocated to FICA and 89 for Medi. So as long as those numbers tie back into the budget we had for labor, or the sexton, or wherever that got paid to, is all I'm
Hmm.
questioning.
Okay, so if you add it in, then that increases looks like increases the budget where?
Well, it's going to. I'll have to get with Roger to understand.
Yeah,
So the 3,500, are we paying them as contractors, or are we paying them?
no, they
as
went
employees?
through a hiring process with the town.
Alright, so
Yeah.
then we're paying them as
Part-time
W-2
employees.
employees,
Yeah,
then we have to take that 3,500 and the 5,000 and apply the percentage for FICA and Medicare to the total of 8,500.
Or do we deduct the FICA and Medi out of that number and put it in the right category?
Either way,
yeah.
One increases it, one keeps it where it is, and it's already gone up a few $1,000s, which is peanuts, but, when I saw the blank,
Well, they won't be
Box.
quite at the $15 an hour if you take it out of the 35, like, so you don't increase it.
Well,
So I think the
they could be at
$15
15, they just wouldn't get as many hours.
Yeah, less hours.
You can adapt to that.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll see what we've done, what the past practice has been there.
okay.
well, I wanna make sure I got the budget right.
I have a Zoom meeting at 7 o'clock, so if I could.
Don't drive too fast,
Okay.
don't drive too fast. Good night. Oh,
All right.
patriotic.
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 You want, any questions on the budget?
So you,
I took 500 out. We most likely will get 800 from Stern Burton, but they went from 500 to 800 the last time we had Memorial Day. So we end up, we'll be spending 1,200 from the town budget.
and you're fine, you're good with all your flags, I know all the poles have been replaced now, right? All the flag poles, the big poles have all been
Yeah.
replaced?
Yeah, and we put out new flags every year.
So you're good with all the,
Yeah.
cause that's the main thing I look at, is make sure that you've got your flags that you need, and, cause like you said, you
Yeah.
get, most of your other stuff for the Memorial Day is sponsored, so I was making sure that you're good with what you need supplies wise.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with the budget.
I'm just trying to figure out, because this sheet doesn't have it, this one.
You have any questions, Dave?
I'll save you to the agenda, I don't know if I can answer any of those questions in that.
David, you all set?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ollie.
Yeah, thanks, Ollie.
Very much.
Okay, so I'm gonna go out and see if Carrie is there, she would be up next for the welfare budget.
You are all set.
Yeah, all set. Thank you,
Yeah.
Gary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so welfare is gonna be under tab 2 in your book.
Good evening.
After you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, it went down quite a bit.
What's
with
that?
it. Like with the flags, those were,
Because we bought poles last year.
Yeah, so he's been replacing the actual poles that the
Yeah.
big flags go on, and we were able to get those taken care of over the past couple of years.
so it looks like the town's exposure is only 1,200.
Yep.
Got to read your article there, Jason. Well written.
Thanks. I did send out an email to the other two members and haven't heard back. It's been 2 weeks.
But I never knew that area. I think you referenced it as the center of town. The town center?
No comment?
Common? Was it?
That's what the history books say.
I didn't see it in my history book.
Well, you didn't.
No. But I'm gonna keep looking.
Which area is that?
Where
Right by
the town pound is.
Oh, okay.
Or Hill
Yeah.
Cemetery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
What's that?
Did you say you sent something to us too? Or-
No, Heritage
I
Oh.
Commission.
emailed the other Heritage Commission.
Oh, all right,
members
I
asking
gotcha,
when
yeah.
we're gonna meet again, but I haven't heard.
Mm.
I don't know if it'll happen. We're defunct right now. But David, I just wanna say, looking into history, them kind of things, you think you know what took place?
But don't you
It-
get
it's
to the
always
point
like-
of
it's
where are they
probably-
talking about?
What's that?
I get to the point of where are they? Where are they talking about? I don't know where that is.
History is definitely interesting.
Yeah.
And very hard to verify. But anyways.
Yeah, interesting. Hi, Carrie.
Hi,
How are you?
good, thanks, how are you?
Good. Good.
So, been a nice quiet year for you, huh?
Up until this month. Yeah, up until this month, then the dam broke and flooded. But everywhere, I've been 4 different towns, I'm in 4 total towns now, so everywhere it's like that. I have 3 homeless people in New Ipswich right now, and I usually average that in a year. And just in the last week, so
Wow.
it's just gonna be, it's crazy, yeah. So I don't know, I'm not planning on changing anything, I'm across the board with all the other towns also, I'm just keeping it the same because we don't know what this year will bring. You know, everywhere I've spent less, but that's because we've had extra funding to use, and we may not be having that, so.
Mhm.
It ends this month, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they were saying that hopefully, they were looking to get some sort of bill passed and as well as keep the government open. So we'll see what happens there. So-
Yeah, cause the CARES Act has been paying for, if it's COVID related. And they're not really strict with COVID related issues, they're pretty, relaxed as far as, if your refrigerator broke and you lost all your food and you had to pay money to get extra groceries and you couldn't pay your rent, well, that's COVID related. That's just an example of how, they're being with these COVID related issues. So it's been very helpful for the towns.
Mhm.
Again, we don't know how that's gonna be for the next year. It could fall on us, all of it, and the funding could just run out. There's quite a bit of money left, but again, applications are stopped December 15th and it ends the end of the month, end of the year.
Are those primarily for heat?
No, rental assistance. If it's COVID related with the
Okay.
CARES Act, it's for, we have fuel assistance for the heat right now, but we also, the extra money that came for the evictions and for the past. So they don't pay the current amount, so they wouldn't pay December, but they say you were behind September, October, and November, they would pay those for you if it was COVID related.
Mhm.
And then we usually been helping with the current month. So it's really been helping out.
Mhm.
Otherwise it'd be way over on the shelter line, way over. So, I just don't know what this year, what's gonna look like, so I'm just not gonna change anything. I'm just leave it how it is. I mean, unless you wanted to budget more on the shelter line and take it up 10,000, I'd be willing to do that, but I'm not, you know, decreasing anything. I'm not proposing to decrease anything.
Right, and we're under now primarily because you're saying there's been other aid.
There has been other aid, yes, that's helped tremendous.
And are you just again finding that we're giving aid and people are then getting back on their feet and the aid goes to different people, or are we supporting the same group?
It's been a few of the same, but then it's just been different also, so always a few of the same. You know, like somebody, for instance, waiting for social security to come through, and that takes 6 months to a year, so sometimes we have to help with the rent for the duration of the 6 months, but that's just one person, and off and on we have those, so. Just don't have a lot of them right now. It's a lot of housing issues, homelessness, you know, couch surfing, you know, those kind of things going on right now. People looking for places to live.
Are you having any issues with that, to find them places?
Yes, oh yeah, very much so. I had a single mom in a hotel in Nashville over the weekend. So we did relocate her and put her in a shelter. But yeah, that's the problem for sure. And most of the beds are full at this point. Or we
At the
might have luck in
shelters.
Claremont or somewhere there, but yeah, it's hard when there's kids involved. And there's a shelter in Keene that we use called the 100 Nights, but they're, you know, like line up if there's a bed available type of situation, so.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you, Carrie.
Okay, so we'll just leave it
Thank you.
as, okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Have a good night.
You too.
So Sean, if you, just cause hers is the budget that can be overspent without any questions. That's a law.
Okay, alright.
So if her budget goes over, we're,
So you wouldn't necessarily have to add to anything
it's,
because.
she just, because
Yeah.
it's welfare, she can overspend her budget,
Mhm.
without,
Okay,
just is what it is.
yeah,
I mean, we budget it and we get as close as she's great about it, but like she says, if, you know, the bottom falls out and checks need to be written, checks get written.
yeah,
There's no questions.
okay,
And that's an RSA. She can overspend that budget
okay,
without coming to us and asking for more money.
alright. Thank you.
How are you?
I'm fine, how you doing, John?
Good.
Hey, Carlene.
Scott, the one question I had on this, and only because I'm sure with Carlene, I know it may not technically be education,
Yep.
but in the additional training that we're getting with Joanne, would any of that money be funneled into that education piece?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Yeah, we keep it in a consulting, line
Okay.
item in the, board of selectmen's.
I just didn't know because it was continued training, whether that would fall into there.
Yep.
Okay.
Colleen,
How you doing, Dave?
good, how are you?
Good.
Question for you.
Yes.
Where are you with the deputy?
Well, I really haven't found anyone, or I've asked a couple of people like Earl Sawmill, but he wouldn't.
No, Earl's
No, I'm really kidding, but, I haven't really looked yet.
And don't ask Michelle. She's,
Oh, no. Oh. No, I probably heard the first day, so. I just haven't found one yet, I haven't really looked, I don't know, I know I should find one, someone that can just come in if I go on vacation,
Exactly.
but
Yep.
also, Linda also had a stamp with her name on it, so if she wasn't here and I wasn't, someone could stamp checks. Now, I was just wondering who would that person be if I do that, if I had to.
Well, let's talk about the deputy.
Yeah, before the deputy.
I think we're looking to stay away from the stamp.
Yeah, I'm always leery of those,
Okay.
but, and exactly as you're saying, just somebody that you can train to say, this is what we do. And if,
That's it.
and, you know, maybe at some point in time you say, hey, I need somebody in here for a couple hours, whatever. You know, that you have somebody.
Okay.
Should we post something on the website?
Is there anyone in this office that I could rely on? I mean, we could,
Become a deputy?
Yeah.
Okay. Another place, I mean, it may seem, another place to ask would be see if there's anyone over, I know quite a few of the people that work over at the bank are local. See if it's any of them that are looking to, you know, because then if it's something that even if it's an hour that they get an hour lunch break. So if it's something they just need to come over, they come over here and get paid for their lunch break. And do something, I mean, it's an idea, I mean, Mel works over there, there's a couple other people over there,
Yeah.
just an idea.
What's your hesitation?
I don't know,
I don't think you're hesitating, you're just hesitating of who?
No, well, I wasn't sure because you said in the office, like, so I didn't know
no,
if
I
there's.
just don't know, just if there was someone that I like I said, just train, get them authorized to state, you know, on the checkbook and stuff, and then, you know, like I said, I don't really plan on going on too many vacations, and, you know, it's not like I'm missing work, but I just haven't yet, so I know it's something I really have to work on, getting one.
Yeah, we kinda went back and forth on what the stipend should be, whether it should be 1,000 or 1,500. So,
Since we don't have anybody yet, I'd leave it at 1,000 and
Okay.
just,
Sure.
Yeah.
Like I said, even if I went on a couple of vacations, they had to come in for maybe one week, $250 a quarter, if they're gonna get paid a year,
Yeah,
you know, quarterly. I mean,
Right,
that's fine.
yeah, I would say, see if we can post something,
yeah.
put it right up there with the other three.
Any questions from the Finance Advisory?
Well, you finally asked us.
Well, you can speak up anytime you want, we've heard you, Jack.
Yeah, I know I can, but, you know, again, I think there's a process here, and I think we're not following it. But, no, I don't have any objections.
Mark, you good?
Well, I'm concerned about no deputy, but it is what it is.
Do you just volunteer, Mark?
It seems like everybody who comes to the office, hey, deputy, right, deputy.
No.
All right, now we can move on.
Yeah.
We're waiting for that answer.
Alright,
You guys good?
I'm
yes,
good.
Thank you, Colleen.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
If we are moving quicker than we expect, the chief said we can text her and she can come up early, she don't expect her
Yeah,
train to
so-
go till 7.
so the town clerk tax collector vital stats budget is next,
Mm-hmm.
and she was gonna turn here about 7:15ish, so let me just run out there and see where we're at. No, I didn't.
Hi there.
Hi.
Evening.
Evening. So. Jessica will be here in a minute or three.
Like looking for my buzzer, like.
You want to get Neville?
Which budget are we doing next?
Vital stats, town clerk, tax collector.
Okay, thank you.
It looks better when you have red lines on it, David.
No, I can
It's
read.
easier.
I can read it.
I'm looking at it and I'm like,
But we were gonna start without her.
Did you want to?
It's up to
Like
you.
just go through it?
I've never done it before, so. It's up to you guys, whatever you wanna do.
Do you wanna have Deb start? Ready? Right? Yeah.
Just, on this one, if we go through line by line, because, the finance advisory, they've just got the blank one like we do, so.
You talking about the, vital stats budget?
Yeah,
Are we on vital stats?
I've
at
got a
town
rural
clerk?
health built
We're
in for
doing vital
2021
stats.
requested.
Yeah, something up.
I didn't get
Yeah,
it,
Scott
okay.
sent it out.
Okay, I
That's
didn't,
this afternoon, yeah.
oh, alright.
Thank you, though.
I think it's in your book.
I printed the one that was there this morning. Okay, so then,
Mhm.
I don't have it go to my phone anymore.
Yeah, it'll be under tab 4.
Yep, got it.
Oh.
That's alright. I make Sean pick those up.
After you cough on it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's my COVID papers.
Here she comes. Yay.
Hey Jess.
Who's gonna present?
Oh, I don't even know what to do, so. Here you go. What do you want?
I think on
honestly have no idea.
you, well, you go through each line item and
Okay.
explain how that number got there.
Okay. So, start with the easy one?
No, start with the top one and work down.
Okay. So the salary, did you send them the spreadsheet too?
I did.
The one that?
Yep.
Okay. So the office is currently open 26 hours a week, and I would like to change the hours, if so appointed, to 35 hours a week, and then also the last Saturday of every month. So that would increase the additional hours by 516 per year. And if you break down the salary per hour for what it is now, it's like $36.42 an hour. And given the additional hours, if you did it at the same thing, it would be like $69,000. But if I put it to 62, so it would bring the hourly rate down, if you wanted to calculate it that way, to $33.19. And the hours I wanted to change it to is Monday through Wednesday, do 9 to 4, Thursday do 9 to 7 p.m., Friday 8 to 12, and then the last Saturday of every month do 8 to 12. So that's where that is. And this position hasn't had a salary increase in more than 5 years. So I'm just not even, obviously I'm not asking for an increase in salary per se, but just because of the increased hours. So it would be, get where I'm going with that.
I think when we look at the pool of hours for that position,
Yeah.
in the past, we've said that the hours are enough hours for the position. It was trying to accommodate more of the timing of when
Mm-hmm.
we have the busy times and the,
Right.
No, we had actually looked at hours a couple years ago. I'd given it to Scott, where we were actually trying, it was only a 4-day week. We weren't doing Fridays or Saturdays, but we had actually done it so that we were open almost full days every day. I would have to go get my other
Like
binder.
9 to
Yeah,
7.
I can actually go get that note if you'd like me to.
Sure, that'd be great, thank you.
Are you talking like open from 9 AM to 7 PM every day?
Yes, using your deputy or your assistant.
So my deputy that's got hired, I can only use every other week. And she's not even a deputy, she's an assistant.
I know, that's why I changed my word to assistant, I didn't say,
Yeah,
I
But
changed it.
can't,
You can't do it every week, but, so I was correcting David, not you.
right, okay. But I wanna have consistent hours,
And
I don't want it to fluctuate, I don't want it to change. That's part of where the frustration from the people of the town lies, is if you know what I mean? So like if we can have a consistent, every day we open at 9,
Yeah.
you know? But there's other things to do other than tax collecting and registrations that need to be done, like back office stuff and going through records and files, and it's not just the in front of the public part, which you can't, when you're in front of the public, you can't get the other stuff done.
If there's two of you in the office, you can. So, we had looked at it a couple years ago and proposed, with the assistant and the official, it was Monday, 8:30 to 12:30, and 1:30 to 4:30, and Tuesdays, 12:30 to 7:30. And then the official only was Wednesdays, 8:30 to 12:30, 1:30 to 4:30, and then Thursdays, 12:30 to 7:30.
What year was that, John?
Jay was on the board at the time, so it would have been over 2 years ago. So, again,
If
I
I'm
was
looking
correcting
at-
David,
Mhm.
not you,
Okay.
because David said we had never looked at increasing the hours, and we had.
Okay.
We had down in 19 requesting increase in deputy hours from 14 to 21. The deputy.
Right, I'm just saying, this is, a while back, Jess had come to us when they were looking for the hours to increase, and what we had sat down and worked out where we could increase the deputy's hours, but not having as much, so you were using the deputy on certain days and the official only, instead of having them both here all the time together, is what I was looking.
Correct.
Right.
And that was using the deputy to gather the hours when the office wasn't open,
Yes.
which is what I had started this conversation with.
Well, you said that you weren't looking at increasing the number of hours in the office, and we were actually trying to open the office more hours.
And we did. So we got to that, we got a pool of hours, okay? So now we're saying, how do we, that pool of hours was supposed to be enough to accommodate the position or the services, let's call it. So now what we're saying is, well, suppose we have a Saturday opening or a Friday opening. How do we make those hours reallocated to still cover the additional day or Saturday, whatever? Are we saying that we should go and add more hours now?
I think there's a demand for it, for more hours in the office.
Being in there, I would agree 100% with that, obviously. But I mean, the reason I want to do the expanded hours is to accommodate the town.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I mean, other than the situation we were in before, where we had to juggle things to accommodate people, prior to that, we don't have, that I'm aware of, and correct me if I'm wrong, people here constantly and having to wait to conduct their business. Do we?
Yeah. I mean, well,
You're going from 9 years experience to,
Hmm.
there's gonna be one.
And, you know, you get computer glitches and problems that you have to call, you know, one day I was in there, every single customer I had took at least a half an hour because I had to call tech support because my computer kept crashing. And they had to go in and that's why, you know, one of those days, but it happens, you know? And, yeah, I don't know. But I
What's
wanna
the
make,
rationale for increasing the hours here? I'm not following that. Is there a request from the public? Are we having complaints? Are we trying to improve the quality of service proactively?
all of the
Why
above.
are we trying to increase the hours?
All of the above. It's not an hourly position, it's a salaried position. I'm just
Yeah,
trying
but you're
to,
doing the calculation based on, you've reduced it to an hourly position by taking your salary and dividing it, et cetera.
right,
That's really, I'm not looking at that. I'm trying to understand what the quality of service is that we're trying to achieve. This kind of goes back to my email before where I talked about having an understanding of the mission and goals of each department.
mm-hmm,
Are we failing today? Is that the reason we want to increase the hours?
yes,
That's where I'm trying to get to.
yes.
Where are we
I feel
failing?
like. I mean, granted, the past couple of months, it's been limited
Yes,
hours, so
yeah,
that's why
yeah.
there's been lines and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
But in order to get everything done that you need to get done, including the deputies' hours, and I do have, it's, in the RSA's, it says you shall, have a deputy, so I have to have a deputy.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how I'm gonna hire a deputy for 11 hours every other week, cause there's only 16 hours allocated for a deputy. But that's another side topic, but, yeah, no, I feel like, and, I mean, I just want the public, because I've seen their frustration, and I've been sworn at and yelled at and everything, and I just wanna make it more readily available, so there's not lines, so they can come in and get done what they need to get done. And some people have 5, 6 transactions that they're trying to do, and other people have to wait for them to get, I just wanna make it better for the town.
And we understand that.
Okay.
And
Well,
I
that's my
understand,
rationale.
yeah, I understand the position you were in when going in there and trying to get it all up to speed. Well, Jessica had to be out. We understand that.
Right.
But I don't think of that as the norm.
No, and I agree with that.
So I'm just trying to look at it, okay, from a norm,
Yep,
where do we go? What do we need for hours? And I want to accommodate the public, but if we're accommodating the public now with the amount of hours, are we reallocating hours, or are we just adding additional hours to cover additional time? Because now those people that would have come on a Thursday night may decide, well, I'm gonna come on a Friday or Saturday,
Right.
whatever.
and it's not gonna every Saturday, I just wanted to do the last Saturday
Yeah,
of
yeah.
every month, because that seems to be the busiest,
Mhm. Yeah.
you know.
And I think it's
But I think it
a
would
good
be-
accommodation for the public.
People who work Monday through Friday
Yeah,
can't get
yeah,
there.
yeah.
They, you know, like I used to work, I mean, I'd leave my house at 5 in the morning, wouldn't get home till 8 at night, Monday through
Yeah.
Friday. I'm stuck, I can't do anything.
Yeah, the thing is,
So-
the state's cracking down, so if people need to come in, personally, they have to have their driver's license. You can't have a husband and a wife, they can't sign for each other, you know, sometimes they just can't make it.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
So,
some of those hours would be more accommodating.
and like I said, there's other stuff that needs to get done that I don't necessarily know that it has or hasn't, but there's stuff that, you know, like the records, that back room and stuff, like you have to do that while the deputy's out front. You know what I mean? So while the deputy's here, I could be doing other, or the assistant, whatever, I could be doing other things that need to get done.
So since you used the word records, so records management,
Right.
I don't know what that line's used for, but it's, you have it in for $1 for 2021, and it didn't look like it got used for 2020, the 1750.
Right.
Because of COVID.
That was because of COVID. So we had a company, Jess had a company come in and go through all the records,
Mhm.
and there's a schedule of records retention, things you have to have for a certain amount of time, and other things you can ditch.
So that wouldn't be an
So-
example of something that you would be doing. That's,
So,
Well, you have to you have to do some of it, but like that company comes in and does they go through what you've already gone through to
Mhm.
say, okay, yeah, you need this, no, you don't need this, you need to bind this, you need, you know what I mean?
Can I,
Yes, please go,
So,
cause you know way
we
more than
started
I
with that
do.
company because in that back room, and there's also another room downstairs, it's from past collectors, Lucy, Cindy, like I didn't have heads or tails, so we started off with this company coming in to organize everything, and that back room is just about done, the downstairs, not touched. So at budget time, we had agreed that they'd come in again this coming year, and they weren't doing anything this year
Mhm.
Because of COVID.
because of the COVID thing.
Well, not, like, so what
So
I
that's
was,
why it
what I was
didn't
trying to
get
get to
done.
was,
It
is
still
that
needs to get
750, that 1750, like, would that go into, like, the salary
No,
part?
no, cause there's still stuff that the town clerk has to do for them to do. if
So
that
once
makes
that's
sense.
all done and
Right.
organized, you don't have to have that company come
I know,
in
but it's
every
not in the
year,
budget for the, like,
because
it's
then
not in
it's-
for 2021, like, there's
who knows
nothing
what's
there.
gonna happen in 2021.
Right, and I left the dollar there as a placeholder, so it wouldn't go away, so the 2022, we could probably get back to that. Because we're assuming, we don't know what's gonna go on with the COVID and all that kind of stuff, if they're not gonna be able to come in.
And Deb being new,
And
she's
me
not gonna have
being
time.
new, I'm not gonna have time to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't, I can't understand that we would have, or that we have people here coming in to do business every day while the office is open, and whether or not, based on history, historical, to say, hey, typically on a, whatever, Wednesday, Thursday morning, it's slow. We get 2 people in 2 hours, whatever it may be. Is there a way of tracking that to say, okay, so now we don't use those hours, we use it on a Saturday or whatever?
It's hard. It's hard, any given day, it could be different, depends
Right.
on when you go and buy a new car, and a surge of people buying a new car, as soon as COVID hit, everybody's out shopping for new cars, it was weird.
Yeah,
It was
Thursday.
weird.
I
Super,
never
super
moved from
busy.
that seat from 12:30 until 8 o'clock at night. Never, I got up 2 times to make copies. There was a line out there, I never had anything to eat, I never had a bathroom break, nothing. Could not move out of that seat.
But that was because of the limited hours that we
Well,
still
yeah,
have,
but I'm
right?
just saying, but that does happen,
It does
especially
happen.
tax time.
Mm.
But I registered, I don't know, probably 40 brand new cars, transferring registrations, you know what I mean? So it was just an influx. I was open on Monday, the last day of the month, I figured it would be really busy, and it was
What
steady,
day,
but
what
it
day was
wasn't-
that it was
Thursday,
Thursday?
the 3rd. But Monday, I opened on Monday because I figured it's the last day of the month, I'm gonna be slammed. And it wasn't horrible. It wasn't, the lines maybe for a little while, but it wasn't bad at all. Thursday, I thought, oh, I can get my abutter notices done for planning board, I can do this, couldn't get anything done because it was just a constant line. So, you don't know, you can't bank on saying that, there's not gonna be a lot of people on this Wednesday morning, but next Wednesday morning, there's gonna be 1 million people, like, you don't know.
But do you see that you'll get, say, a group of 20 one morning and 2 the next?
I can't speak from,
That's what I was
because
wondering,
I'm just,
Jessica.
yeah,
It's happened. You know, days can start off slow. Sometimes it's like, I wonder if people think I'm open or not, And then all of a sudden,
right.
so it just depends.
But
But every
it's
day's-
nothing you
every
can
day's pretty
predict or
busy.
track.
Especially with the new driver's licensing, people are finding that their birth certificates were never sealed. They're signed but not sealed, so they have to get a new birth certificate because you're not allowed to seal someone else's signature. That's been a big increase this year. And a baby boom, I think. Birth
Yeah,
certificates
a
are
lot of birth
crazy.
certificates.
Really?
Yeah,
Must be the COVID thing.
right? Got nothing to do, you're locked up in the house. So,
Which is, totally different from doing taxes and motor vehicle.
right.
Say that again?
I said that's separate from doing taxes and just motor vehicle, having to do vital record.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but don't we
all part of it.
have,
Go ahead, Jack. You're cutting out.
thank you. Well, I stopped because I
Oh.
didn't want to interrupt. But one of the things, I mean, it sounds like car registrations, licenses are the big issue in terms of the counter. Is that true? At the counter where people are coming to see you?
Yeah, I would say that would be the majority.
Absolutely.
And isn't it true that our renewals on registration are fairly constant? I understand new cars come in and cars go out, but overall, don't we have a view of what kind of volume we can expect in a given month?
Yeah-ish. No, not
Yeah-ish?
really. I mean, other than, well, I mean, you have people that, you know, bought a new car, so you don't know how many people are gonna buy a new car every month.
No,
And they're
I grant you that,
transferring
but if you look at the, right, I get the new car. That's clearly an outside, you can't necessarily factor that in. But over time, I think it's fairly constant. There are months which you probably have a lot of traffic, and I presume that there are months that you don't have as much traffic. Over time, we should be able to understand what our flow is and adjust our schedule based on what we predict that. Now, I grant you, you're not gonna be able to predict new cars, but let's face it, we can't be seeing a 80% turnover in vehicles in a given year. So it's probably something more like 20% at best. I'm just trying to understand if we can't better allocate the time we currently allocate to better suit and better meet the needs of the people of New Ipswich. That's where I'm going.
That's why I
If we
want,
had that headlight, we'd be able to do that.
that's why I wanna change the hours.
But we've
But
got to
you're
be
changing the
able,
hours every week, and for every 52 weeks, there's gotta be some months where the traffic is fairly low.
But you can't change the, like, so, okay, so for July, everybody's going on vacation because COVID's over and everybody can go away. So we're only gonna be
Right.
open 2 days a week. Like, you can't do that because people get used to a constant, you know, okay, I know I can go there any Wednesday at 10 a.m. I can go there any
No,
Thursday.
I get
you
that,
know?
I get that. You're right, and I'm not going that direction. What I'm saying, though, is if you know you have the months in which you're going to have higher traffic, those are the months you add hours. You have to have a constant schedule, I fully agree with that. But you can add hours to provide better service during those high volume months.
But we don't
And
know
that
when
is
those
a-
are gonna be. That's the
Well,
problem.
but, yeah, well, we just said you could. You could look at your registrations and see where your volumes are coming.
You can't pick what,
I
you
mean,
can't pick,
unless
you
that's
can't pick
false,
what day
it
you're
seems
gonna
like
come
we
and
could.
register your own vehicle.
Well, no, like, so what it's getting to is if you look at the history of this year and then compare it to last year and see where the volumes have been, and if they line up, then you can see, like, where and when people typically will buy or register their vehicles, like, which months are
If you look at
higher.
our registration bins, they all look the same every month. looks the
I
same.
think that the whole issue
You
is
can't
we're,
pick what day to add hours to, cause you don't know what day
Yeah.
people are gonna come.
2 or 3 years ago, Jessica brought in a stack of statistics on the number of registrations she does in a year, a number of new cars, so on, so all her business, basically. I don't recall her having it broken down over time, other than this is what we handle in a year. You know, it wasn't a month-to-month type of thing. I think Jack's point is that information is kind of available because you have all the dates.
thing is, I don't think the issue is the hours that she wants to add.
Right.
It's the dollar figure she wants to add. Because David, you
Well,
wouldn't care one bit if she bumped it up to 35 hours a month, but didn't increase that line item of the salary. Am I right?
That's right. There is a
Right.
correlation. They aren't separate. They aren't separate. Let's not pretend that they're separate.
They're completely separate. It's a salaried position.
Right.
So it's a completely separate number. You could open that office for 45 hours a week.
John, wait a minute. You're telling me you came up with a salary based on no consideration of the number of hours? None.
The salary's been there. I don't know how long the salary's been there, but it's a salaried position, is what I'm saying. So the hours have nothing to do with the
The salary.
the salary.
I disagree with that.
I,
disagree.
I got it.
Look,
Yes,
you
you're right,
establish a salary
John,
based
if the
on
numbers-
Work effort involved.
No, it does, because I'm a salaried employee, Jack. If I have to work in the summertime and I work an 80-hour week, I don't get to go to my boss and bitch about the fact that I'm working an 80-hour week. You know, I take it up, and that's the way it is. I'm a salaried employee. So the salary and the hour have nothing to do with it. Anybody in certain industries, that's what they deal with. So the
No,
hours
I
added have
agree.
absolutely nothing to do with this conversation. It's a dollar figure. So
Well,
what
I-
dollar figure do we want to spend on the line? That's what it comes down to. We're sitting here and we're talking about hours for a job that none of us do. What is a salary you want to pay her?
Thank you.
Well, John, I think that's blindsiding the fact that you will find it very difficult to find qualified people to take a job if the salary isn't commensurate, at least marginally so,
Yep,
with the number of hours that you're asked to work.
exactly.
And we can all play that game. I've been in the corporate world for 40 years. But there's still a correlation between hours and salary,
Right.
okay?
The
And-
town clerk gets to decide what her hours are. They're not up to the Board of Selectmen.
Correct.
They're up to the town clerk.
Right.
Period.
I see. So they're
Yeah.
not mandated by us.
No, no. Technically, she's got to be open like X number of hours a week in a location that's centrally available to the town.
But what
All
the-
we set is the dollar figure of her salary.
Yeah, would you like to join the discussion?
Maybe. I mean, I come from a managerial background. I was a manager of an Ace Hardware store, and I was on salary, and some weeks I worked 50 hours, some weeks I worked 80 hours, and I got the same pay every week. But I had a basic idea of what I was getting myself into, and I knew this, which that's fine. I mean, I'm never gonna work less than 35 hours at this position. So, in the average salary for a town clerk, tax collector in this area is between 62 and what do we say? 62 and 65,000 or
Yeah,
something?
somewhere around that.
And that doesn't even necessarily mean they're open for 35 hours a week. I mean, in those 35 hours, that's open hours. That doesn't include your closeouts and all the other stuff that you have to do, so I'll be here well over probably 45 hours a week. It's not,
Are you closing for lunch?
I haven't been.
Are
So-
you going to?
If time allows, then I will. If it doesn't, then I stay there. I'm basically, the way I'm looking at this is, I'm at the mercy of the town. If somebody comes in, I'm not gonna go to lunch until I'm done with them. If somebody comes in right after that, then I'm not gonna go to lunch. I'll eat a peanut butter crackers. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not scheduling myself for a lunch. Even in my job now, I haven't been taking lunches. So, because I have so much to do.
Right.
So I'm
My
not.
only point is you
yeah.
didn't include lunch in your hour calculation.
Right, and I didn't on the current or the proposed.
Right.
So I figured apples to apples, I'm just gonna, you know.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
okay.
I mean, I don't care if I take a lunch or not, I can, you know, whatever. But if someone comes in at 12:30, I'm not walking out the door and say, oh, sorry, come back at 1:30. I'll help them out, and if, like I said, if someone else comes in right after that, then I won't take a lunch. It's not, you know, or if I can only take 15 minutes because nobody's in there, that's what I'll do.
I only asked because
No, I know.
it's not in the hours you
Right,
calculate.
yeah, no, I did think about that when I did it, so, yeah. But I wasn't comparing apples to
Minimum
apples.
the tax collector is obliged to set in terms of number of hours a week.
Two.
Two.
Or
Three.
regulations,
Oh, 3 hours a week,
I believe it's 3.
minimum 3 hours a week.
correct.
Interesting, okay.
Could you imagine on tax day? 3
Right.
hours done.
I would
Yeah,
propose
sorry,
we
bye.
set the salary at 55,000.
Sorry, all set.
I'm good with 50.
She will get voted out.
Yeah, right. I know, so, and that's the thing too, I mean, I still have to run in March, so,
And we're not looking to make it a salary for Debbie or
no,
salary
I
for
know
John.
that,
It's
it's
a
for the
position. It's a
Exactly,
position.
and I realize that,
And-
because if I'm not
I-
here,
And
if I'm not here, then
from
the
what I
new
looked up,
person would,
back to 17 and then add it in the merits is where that would be. I can't advocate a 20% increase in there.
A 20% increase for 516 hours more a year?
Well, if we're at 50, 20% is 10, and you're up to 62,
Well-
with my math.
Well, okay.
Well, and Debbie,
It's no, I know.
I understand you're looking at so many
516
hours.
a year being open.
I understand that. What I don't understand, or I should say I probably don't agree wholeheartedly with, is that we need all of those extra hours. I think what it is strategically having those hours.
Which is-
Yeah, I
which
don't,
is what
because
I'd
I
like to
don't
do.
think you need to open up on Fridays. I think you're doing, you have good hours on Monday, Wednesday, good hour Thursday, you're opening up at least one Saturday a month. I don't think you need the Fridays.
All right.
I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I mean, I
Or
think it's
I
the,
thought this was a whole big thing a couple of years ago. You guys wanted Jess to be open on Fridays.
no, what we're more looking at is to say, can we better allocate the hours to accommodate people, but when we see there's a backlog, no better word
So not
that I'm
increasing
thinking.
the open hours, but just changing
Right.
the availability.
So, those of you on, David proposed raising the salary line to 55,000. I'm in favor of that.
I am too.
And what's the assumption about hours? Any?
Yes, we should have some.
More than 3, I hope.
And what would they be?
We can't set those hours, Mark.
Well, we
I don't
could,
disagree
we-
with that, we can't suggest.
We can suggest, and we
right, and I
said,
think we have.
we said we liked what she said for Monday and Wednesday, Monday through Thursday. We liked what she said, and we like the idea of the one Saturday a month, but we saw no need for her to have to be open on Fridays.
Okay? The only thing that's changing that may impact people is obviously the Saturday and to their benefit, but you've lost Tuesday night.
That's what I was just gonna ask, Mark, that's a good point. Cause I was looking at it's Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason why you took Tuesday night and,
Well, I figured if we did the Thursday night, most people get paid on Thursday or Friday,
Oh,
so that it
okay.
would be busier on a Thursday night than a Tuesday night.
and
It
I
should- it
think,
should
and
be
Jessica
open
can
Thursday
correct
morning,
me,
too.
I think we
And
changed
I'm
it to
adding Thursday
Tuesday
morning.
so that you wouldn't be here alone. Cause that's my concern, is having, you're the only one here,
Right, oh, I know.
so. would
I
we-
was always the only one here.
I remember, and I can't say at what point in time, but we
I
had the
was
discussion
open.
to have it open on a Tuesday night, cause the selectmen were
Right,
here.
but she's been open on Thursday nights historically.
For a long time.
I didn't know that. Then again, how often do I come here?
I don't know.
Tuesday nights.
Yeah, no, she's been open
And during the
historically.
day.
Yeah, historically she's been open.
I wouldn't come, although on Thursday night, when I've come in for the ZBA, that office is not open.
She's always been open on Thursday when she's been here. That's been like that since Cindy, Tuesday and Thursday nights, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
She set those hours. We did try the Friday thing for a while. We had 9 customers and.
So I'm fine with not working a Friday, that's good.
Whatever, 5 months I think we tried it.
And it was slow,
Yeah, we had 9 people.
a day.
Yeah, and then like you
Fridays.
said, but you've added
9 people
additional
total.
morning hours
In a
on
day.
Thursday, which
No.
aren't,
Right,
haven't
For how long?
historically been there with
5
some.
months.
right.
Yeah.
And the Tuesday morning
Cindy
hours.
lost
Right.
me on Wednesdays
Yeah.
so that I could work Fridays. We tried that years
So
ago.
there were
Fridays were
many
slow.
Fridays you were here and nobody ever came in.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Because
And
everything
usually
else is
that's
closed.
payday.
Right, that's exactly why,
Right.
is the rest of the
Everything else is
building is
closed.
closed, so
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
don't think we're open.
Mm.
Right.
And
Although some of us
any
are
other
here.
questions on,
I don't think Saturday is not, that's not a bad idea, because people go in the transportation.
I have a question on
The whole
deputy.
office should be open on Friday.
Let's keep moving along, Mark. How did you arrive at deputy? It is open,
The dollar amount,
yes.
because,
Everything here is dollars.
I know, unfortunately. Margie was hired at $18 an hour, so, and the deputy position is 14 hours a week. So, that's where I got that number. 14 times 18, times 52.
Would you say 14 hours?
14 hours a week, right? Or is it 16?
No, it's 14.
14?
And
So,
actually Margie's schedule is gonna be a little different because there's gonna be some weeks where she's gonna be working
right, so
21.
Well, wasn't she the one that was,
she can only
correct me
work
if I'm
every
wrong,
other week.
every other week?
Right, which creates a problem because,
I just wanted to get my math right. So if
gotcha,
we're at 14 hours,
14 times 18.
On average.
So if you're averaging.
I want to know,
I don't know, because if she comes in at 8:30, just, you know, to get everything ready, to open, whatever, and then, you know, she's here till 4, and, you know, then you gotta do your closeout if you get stuck, if something doesn't match.
I'm not
up,
talking
blah,
within
blah,
an hour or so, but if you're saying 14 hours a week,
Mm-hmm.
but she's
Right.
only working every other week,
blah. Correct.
Right.
and that's what your math calculation is.
So,
correct.
so she.
Okay, I'm all set.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
what I was looking for.
But now that's gonna create a problem because you have to have a deputy for a tax collector, according to the RSA's. So how am I gonna hire someone for 10 hours every other week? Cause that would be deputy, cause Margie can't be a deputy because she doesn't live in town.
Right, but
So,
we're not going to create a position.
it's not creating a position, it would still fall under that same line item. But you can't, cause you have to have a deputy.
Yes. So then, does that mean that the current employees' hours are going to be reduced? Because if we need X amount of hours to provide the service,
Right,
now and that person can't be a deputy, and you want to add a deputy, then somewhere the hours
it's
going to have to get reduced.
It's gonna be a combined 14, average 14 hours a week between those two people.
Between those two.
That's how I calculated it.
Okay.
Yes, but I don't know who's gonna wanna work every other week.
Well, I guess it's one of those things, much like, what, you know, does there have to be someone appointed as a deputy, or do they have to be sitting behind the desk as a deputy?
They have to be appointed as a deputy, like I was doing for Jess.
Right, so we could actually, we could discuss it, someone
Yeah.
could be appointed in this office to serve as your deputy in case you were
Correct.
out.
Right,
Okay,
They have to know how to do the job.
right, and they have to be
And that
certified.
deputy would have the same powers as the collector
in her absence.
in her absence?
Right, so they have to have all the certifications and all that kind of
When the
stuff
selectmen decide.
through the state and all
But
that.
it'd be no different than
What you did.
what you did.
Correct,
Okay,
but
so we have that ability.
yes. I get
I like
this.
the idea of using
Huh?
someone else.
You what?
I like the idea that you're bringing, John. I think you were suggesting that you have somebody else in the office serve as the deputy when needed.
Right.
On an as-needed basis.
On an as-needed basis, like Deb had done when we went through that process with Deb. So we have the ability to do it, and that's something we can work on and discuss before we have to
Okay,
freak out about
okay, I'm not freaking.
it. No, no.
I'm calm, am I being good? I haven't
I'll
even
tell you,
hit my tongue
I'm
yet.
doing amazing, cause this just doesn't really affect me. Although you got a raise, you said. I never
So,
did.
so where are we at now?
Well, she didn't get a raise.
No, oh, good.
No,
No, decrease.
because she's saying she's working more hours.
Right, for
Well-
less money.
She's
More
a
hours,
sucker.
more hours for less money.
All right, so
Yeah,
besides the adjustments to FICA and Medi, which we can plug in, we're down at
So
education
we're
and
going with
training.
55, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
do you
So
agree with that? You can raise it if you want.
No, I unfortunately have absolutely no
advisory.
power
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, right, that's right too. Oh, well.
When does your car need to be registered?
Yeah, exactly. Hope I don't have to go to lunch when you walk in.
I'm doing mine with Jess. That way it's taken care of, and then I do my stuff online. So so we're on education training.
well, actually, I'm at,
Hey, Deb, I do have a question if we're done with the salaries though. Are we
Yeah.
gonna go down line items?
I think so.
yes,
Okay, I'll wait.
the education.
Okay. That includes
Unchanged.
conferences and stuff?
Yeah.
So historically, other than COVID years, they have, conferences, like they're 3 days long, they do it up in North Conway, and it's a lot of training and, new policies and procedures, et cetera. So that's part of what that is. And if there's any other, like Interware is the software company we use, they have a lot of, they can do on-site training, that you can go there and get training, but those are all fee-based. There are a lot of things that you can do that have no fees, which I will be taking full advantage of anything I can.
And conference is mandatory for everybody.
Oh, yeah, the conference is mandatory, so you don't have a choice, you have to go.
But you don't have to go to the state, you have to get listed.
And that cost is a known cost in terms of going to that conference?
Yeah, they haven't changed the fee. They kinda got it locked in for years now. Cause we go back every year.
But there wasn't a conference this year because of COVID. They usually do two, don't they?
Yeah, there's
A
one for
spring and a
taxing.
fall. Oh, yeah, there's one for
Taxing.
tax and there's one for town
And then
clerk.
there's the spring one, which is not that expensive.
How did we spend $33 in education this year? Is that mileage?
No.
I'm looking at the actuals, which goes back to, I believe,
Oh,
October.
Because I went to a class at Interware in,
She went to a user session.
a user session
in Amherst.
in Amherst.
Okay.
But other than that, everything else was canceled, and that was before the COVID hit. Registry of Deeds, that's for when you lien properties, et cetera, and you have to have it recorded at the Registry of Deeds. Computer services is Interware and Avatar and all the computer stuff, software stuff that you have to have.
They already have the bills. Do you guys want an accurate number?
Yeah, 'cause I
Is it
all the
less
bill-
than that?
All the bills are
I
here,
didn't even add it up.
Okay,
so.
I just wanna make sure it's not more.
Good,
Good. Yeah.
and then binding the town reports,
Yeah, that was the
I
one I had a
figured-
question on, is,
so,
am I seeing,
I just put $1 as a placeholder because all the old town reports get bound into a book. So it's a compilation, I guess, of years.
so we're not
And-
ready yet for a binding?
Right, but you don't wanna lose the place.
What's software?
Software.
6444.
Ooh, it's gonna need to be increased.
Two?
6536.35.
6537.
37. There's that, you got it. Sorry. I just got the Avatar bill today, so.
And then dues is the New Hampshire
That's your memberships, yeah.
Clerks.
Municipal clerks. Somebody's
Um,
knocking.
travel, I'm assuming is to the, conferences. Supplies is so many envelopes and paper clips and all the stuff, all the special envelopes that you have to buy to send everything to the plate warehouse, cause they're those white, thick ones that don't rip like paper. Records management, we already talked about, so we kept that as a placeholder.
Actually, that's where my question is.
Okay,
You mentioned that dealing with records before and you had an outside vendor come in, and maybe I couldn't hear it. So I'm trying to understand why that goes to zero. So if, for the sake of at least me understanding, could you repeat that?
yeah, I just assumed because, I'm fairly new and we don't know what's gonna happen with COVID next year, you know, in 2021, that they're not, like, they wouldn't come this year because of it to do anything. So they're, we don't know if they would be able to come next year, and I might not have time to walk through it with them, et cetera. So, just the dollar for the placeholder to do it in 2022.
Well, but assume that we've got a vaccine out there by July, and everybody, I mean, by July, everybody has been vaccinated. Is that a regulatory, I guess that's what I didn't understand. Are these people coming in regulatory people, or are they at our request that they're coming in?
At our request.
Okay, all right, fine.
And then the postage is for sending out renewal notices every month. Tax bills, election stuff, which there was an awful lot of absentee ballots this year, so we probably went over that.
Which we got reimbursed
We
though.
got reimbursed
Oh, yeah,
for
that's
some
right
of
too,
that.
because of COVID, right, for some of it.
You mentioned postage for tax bills, but we have the line item tax bills.
That's to.
Is that
Oh,
just to
yeah.
process it?
That's just to
Yeah.
process them, yep. And then you have to buy the dog tags. And then equipment, it was at $1 this year, I'm not sure.
That's, I don't think anybody needs a new computer in there, but that's where those printers should have come out of, and.
Right.
So that's what that is,
Okay.
replacement of anything like that. I think
Okay,
Greg's got everybody on 5-year timeline or
Right.
whatever, and I think our office is good.
I think so too, I thought so too. I know you got one
I
this
think,
year
I
or
think that
last year.
one's,
And the
it's
deputies,
doing in another year or two.
okay.
Should the dog tags go up a little bit? I see we spent $388 this year. I mean, is that a predictable?
Yeah, shipping usually is increased a bit.
Dog tags.
I would say put it
I
at.
bet you got more
400.
dogs this year.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many dogs.
Mm-hmm.
So-
If I'm gonna raise it, I'm not raising it $10.
Do you wanna do like 425?
How much is a dog tag?
I don't know, it's to order them and buy them.
Oh,
You have to buy
That's
them in
what,
bulk,
that's what we.
oh,
with
that's
number,
what-
you know, they're all stamped
Okay.
with the number.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
And how many dogs do we,
Over 1,000.
so 425 would cover it.
Yeah.
And what about research?
So I didn't know what that was.
Is that the one when we tax deeding property?
Yes,
Yes.
that's to search for mortgage companies and everything.
So that is all.
87,428.
Okay.
Without, we still have to add in FICA and Medi.
Right, make the changes on FICA and Medi.
Yeah. But if I put what was in there. We're at 93,173, an increase of just over 7%. Thank you, Debbie and Jessica.
Thank you so much.
And can you email that to me? The final, your final,
We don't have the FICA and Medi.
when that's, so I have it too. Cool. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Thank you.
And you didn't even
Thank
have
you.
Just the,
Thank you, guys.
good night.
Good night.
Night.
Good to see you, Jess.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll be back.
next week you're gonna forward us the, bid proposals for the salt shed.
So, I haven't, been able to do a full analysis to make sure, that the low bid was fully responsive to our spec,
Mm-hmm.
but I should have that ready for next Tuesday.
All I need is the proposals, I wanna just read through them.
Oh, read through them?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't need the,
okay.
so when I saw that thing on the agenda for a fire truck, I was thinking, somebody's coming in for a new one again? We just bought one. That's what caught my eye, I didn't think of this one.
You weren't ready to spend it?
No, I'm like, oh no, not again, this is gonna go over. I was gonna ask you a question last week on Excel since you were the
Mhm.
guru. What happens when you put it in, cut and paste from one cell to another cell, and what you paste doesn't show up, but it's there because you see it in the formula bar?
Wait, what? Repeat that?
You copy a set of numbers
Mm-hmm.
that are there, you paste it in another group of cells,
Yep.
but you can't see them. The column is blank.
Could
But when
paste
you-
this formula?
Paste as values. But it doesn't either way, it just, you cannot see the numbers. And that caught me off guard last week. I'm like, what the heck is, and I couldn't get it. Couldn't.
If you copy a formula, unfortunately, it'll change the reference points of the formula. If you copy just by value.
But that's not the point. When you copy that, if you've copied a formula and it brings it over
No.
without the formula, it still shows you an error or whatever.
Now, when you when you click out of that cell and come back to it, does it show what's in there at the top?
At the top, in your
But-
formula bar, but it doesn't show it in the column.
Did you do something with the color of your
It's not
font?
the color. Nope, nope.
Did you figure it out?
I gave it to my wife this afternoon. I said, you go online and they tell you, oh, it's because if you go to the format cells, you know, and I had, instead of having, you know, currency or whatever, it was under custom with this special thing. It says if you got 3 semicolons, that will cause it. I'm like, no, I don't have that. What the heck? She went into something about the format painter thing. And I'm like, what the heck? I'm thinking that's for pictures and stuff. And she got it to work
Good
for me,
evening.
so.
Hi. Oh, you're ready for me?
Yep.
No, we're not. We're not. We're not.
It's either put my computer on my lap, it is a laptop, but. Hi.
Not yet. Just saying.
Throw it in.
Whenever you're ready. The floor is yours.
So do you want to just go down through it?
And
I
unders-
go through it line by line, or
Yep.
however you wanna do it? I know different years, do you all have copies of the,
Your PowerPoint?
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, so
I,
mine
I
are
thought
on.
you were gonna do it on the screen, but it's a good thing you didn't.
no, I don't.
We'd lose our attendees.
I'm gonna make it full screen.
we start with the 111 account, which is salaries and stipends, I did reflect the 3% increase. When Scott brought it to the department heads a couple weeks ago, it was, does that include stipends or not? And he wasn't sure at that point, so I did include that. So that shows an increase of 3% for stipends and salaries. I did not do an increase on the 130 account, which is the chief stipend, because that's not my place to do that. And I don't really, I got a raise last year, so it's totally up to you guys where that goes from there. The FICA and if you look at on the comparison on the 2020 to 2021, if you look at the FICA and Medicare, I didn't have those numbers because I don't have the new calculations, so that's why those are showing in red. Education and training. This will be going into the third year that we still have not had any training from the state. So we've put this in the budget again. If you look at last year's budget, it looks like we still have training money in there. We have an outstanding bill of $1,500 and an outstanding bill of $750 for training, in-house training that we did. We brought guest speakers in. So even though we didn't use it for firefighter 1 and firefighter 2, because there was no training at the state level this year, we opted to use it for, the $1,500 is for RIT training, which goes with our new RIT packs that we just purchased, that we're putting on the trucks so that we have guys that are actually RIT trained and able to use it.
Wait a minute, wait. For us non-firefighters?
Yep.
What's that word you're using?
RIT.
Yeah.
It's a rapid intervention team. So they are set up on any scene where we would gain entry. They are there for the sole purpose of going into to rescue firefighters that might end up in a situation where they get trapped. So they arrive on the scene, they stand by, they'll pull saws, they'll go around and do a 360 of the building to see where the entries are, where they need to throw ladders, so that if the firefighter crews that are going into the building get trapped because of a building collapse, or they run out of air, or they get tangled in wires, or they fall into a basement, anything like that, this crew then, their sole purpose is to go in and get them. So in our warrant article this year, we purchased these little RIT packs, and what they are is they have, similar to their SCBA bottles, they have a mask and a small bottle that goes in with them, so that if the firefighter's out of air, they can switch the tank, until they can rescue them and get them out. So that's what RIT training is. And it's a specialty training, so.
So, just so I can understand it,
that is coming out of this year's budget.
Already spent.
Already spent.
Yeah.
right,
Okay.
I understand that. Let me get the word out first.
I'm
So,
trying to tell you why it looks like.
I was just looking for a simple question. What is RIT? You explained it.
Perfect.
So there were 2 training sessions in 2020 that you paid for to have the
Yes.
instruction in-house.
Yes, because.
RIT was one. What was the other?
The other one was just a general advanced fireground training
Okay.
for. Because last year's budget we had, and you see it again this year, firefighter 1 and firefighter 2 in the budget. And again, the state hasn't been able to run them this year because of COVID. Last year, there were just none in our area. And I still have 3 firefighters that need to be trained at firefighter 1 level and 4 that need to be trained at the firefighter 2 level. And the $2,750 is based on the current price that I have. The curriculum is under revision right now. The price may go down, but I don't have a valid price. So I based it on last year's costs, which is $845 for Fire 1 and $560 for Fire 2. We still have to pay for our CPR cards from American Heart. So for 24 people, 25 people, it's $3 a piece, and that's the $75. Miscellaneous training supplies are, if we have a building that we can train in, plywood, nails, sheetrock, something like that, so that we can breach walls, learn how to go through walls with tools, things like that. It's just miscellaneous things that we use for, if we happen to have a building that we can train in. And then this year in 2021, we have 3 EMTs that have to recert. That's $20 a piece. That's where the $60 comes in. Health and fitness, we did not have to do mask fit testing this year because it was part of the money that we got with our PACs, but we will have to do it next year because it's required under the standard to do it every year. The cost from the state is $270. They base it on an hourly rate, so it doesn't matter. If you see there it says 24 to 28 people, it doesn't matter because that little bit of lag time doesn't affect the hourly rate at all.
Now, I had that down as inoculations and drug testing. You've changed that to?
We changed that a couple years ago, as a group, when we talked about adding the medical co-pays for physicals. When the fire academy required physicals for classes, we changed that title of that line item to encompass all of health and fitness. So it used to be inoculations, and then they stopped requiring the TB testing and all that kind of stuff.
So the COVID testing that you've got in there for $38.40 is based on what?
That is based on, right now, if we have somebody that gets exposed to COVID on the job here, the cost for a firefighter to get tested is $160. Now,
To what degree do you think that'll be mitigated by the vaccine? So first responders should be in the front line.
yeah, but they're still saying that even with that, the vaccine, they're still recommending wearing masks, so I'm assuming that COVID is still gonna be out there, and I guess we just don't know what the efficacy of that, vaccine is gonna be.
No, I understand, and while we're all optimistic, the question really becomes, are we really gonna test that much? It looks like a fairly robust number for testing, and I'm just trying to figure out, is that a little high? Is that assuming for the year? Was that assuming for half a year of testing?
See it as 24 tests is what you've got
What
it
I
down
put in
as.
for 24 tests, it's basically 1 per person on our department.
One
Yep.
per person,
Yeah,
one per
now,
person.
if someone like me, who's old, gets exposed, then my insurance pays for it. And if
Yeah, but
somebody,
it's not a factor of whether you're old or not. If you're exposed, your insurance should pay for it. Your
But-
personal
but
health
if
insurance.
you don't have insurance, and actually the insurance for the guys
If you
that are
don't have
younger,
insurance, you shouldn't be on the fire department.
that's an
Right.
interesting concept.
That's
So
certainly
the
risky
guys
if
that
you
are
don't.
younger that are having to go in for tests, they're having to pay, even with insurance, they're having to pay $160. Some insurances are coming and some are not,
And the state's
so.
not reimbursing, and the state's not reimbursing for this as part of the CARES Act?
I
You
thought
got
they-
yours tested, what
You
happened to
get
you?
1 free, the rest you pay for. I've had 4 done, I paid for 3.
But I thought the state had stations set up for first responders
They
for
did for a
testing.
while and that's no longer valid.
Okay, but they did.
Yeah, they
Okay.
did it way back in April and March, you could go and get a COVID test and all you had to say was you were a first responder.
But how many tests have we had to pay for out of our budget?
We haven't paid for any because we haven't had any on, and this is only on the job exposures. If any one of my guys goes to a restaurant and gets exposed, or gets exposed from a family member, I don't think the town should pay for their COVID tests. If
Yeah,
it's
but
an
you're gonna have to pay for all the other firefighters that was in contact with.
right, and if it's an
Right.
exposure that
Right.
happens on the job, then we really should be paying for it, so.
Well, but it's insidious how this thing can get in there, right? Because like you said, a person could go to a restaurant, get it, come to the fire department for a meeting or whatever, and then then give it to the other firefighters. And really, they contracted it outside of the call of duty, and the others contracted it within the call of duty. But really, I'm trying to figure out why the state isn't helping fund this. This is where I'm going.
Well, and they
I
did-
don't care if it's 24 or 124.
Yeah, and they did fund
they
it at
should
the
be testing
beginning.
you.
Yeah, you're right, they did fund it at the beginning, and I don't know why they stopped, I just know that they have stopped.
Speaking of social distancing, would you do me a favor and just move to the end of that?
And we're doing
Thank you.
everything we can to not have an unprotected exposure. It's just if we do, and I agree, I didn't know how many numbers, I don't know how many tests we would need. If we had a fluke that, I don't know. I put in 24 because I put one for every person that we have on there right now. Is that a reasonable amount? I don't know. I really don't. I wish I did.
Yeah, I don't feel it's a question of reasonableness of testing. I think it's a question of who should be paying for that, and that the federal government, I'm pretty sure that act was designed to do exactly that kind of thing for first responders. This is where the burden is falling to us, but yet there was federal funding. Why isn't Sununu providing that? That's where I'm coming from. He's got the control of the purse string.
I don't know the answer. I wish I did. But I do know that, I mean, I've got two guys here that have had several tests because of exposures.
But exposures with fellow firefighters in town?
No,
Or
no. With-
elsewhere?
Yeah.
Elsewhere, yeah.
Are you still sharing equipment, Meredith? I remember we talked about some of the special equipment that you guys had, you had to wash because of contaminants. And I understood at that time they were sharing. Are we still doing that? I hope we're not sharing masks.
We are not.
Doesn't sound like it.
Under the,
Yeah.
when we just got all the new SCBA, and for the last probably 15 years or so, each person has had their own mask. Now, you still have to clean, and each person just got all brand-new masks under the warrant article that we had. You still have to clean the regulators and stuff, which clip into the front of the mask. There's no way around that, but no, they each have their own masks. And we have all kinds of procedures in place to not have COVID come into the department, but I don't know. I benchmarked it, trying to figure one per person.
I'm just trying to think if there's any pathway that the virus could find by shared equipment within the fire department. That's really the only concern. I'm sure you've thought about it, so.
Yeah,
but-
they're all
but
wearing
it's just-
masks on the trucks and keeping the trucks empty and cleaning the vehicles after every call. We're doing everything we can. It's just,
Why wouldn't our workers' comp
No, I understand.
cover that?
The state of New Hampshire is
Workman's comp covers if
providing,
they get injured on a job, but I'm not sure that.
testing
So
for
we'd have to
first
test.
responders, as of October 31st, they were doing it.
Is it just for the first one, or every?
I just Googled it.
I would recommend you do some more research on that, Meredith, on the testing.
I did research and they are not paying. So I don't know what you're reading, Mark, and I'm not questioning what you're reading, but like Matt said, the first one was covered. But the follow-up, he had to pay for 3 after that, so I don't know.
They're talking monthly in this article on the Concord Monitor, they're talking monthly testing of first responders through Clear Choice and COVID MD.
Is that the, no, is that the?
There is, that is.
I know they do the testing, but according to this, it's provided for first responders, police, fire, EMS.
According to HHS.gov, no cost testing is available at local health centers and select pharmacies, CVS Health, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and there are health centers that you just have to search, and that's at HHS.gov. So I'm not reading anything out of the newspaper.
And I know I haven't paid for any because my insurance has paid for it, so, I mean, I'm more than happy to take it
Yeah.
out. I just wanna make sure, because all the research that I did, and then, like I said, talking to the guys who have had exposures or possible exposures, not from dealing with New Ipswich Fire, but from dealing with other exposures on other departments, they have had to pay for them themselves.
Because I know, like, I know if you go to like the,
No, I know.
I know at some of the, like the ones, if you go to Convenient MD and you want the 3-hour test, the rapid test, whatever, it's $160. But if you go down to the Tent City one, and you drive up, and you let them shove the Q-tip down to your lungs, it takes 3 days,
Why your
but
brain
it's
is
free.
feedback.
So it all depends on how fast you want the answer.
Right. By the way, you get the Q-tip regardless of whether you want the fast or the slow result.
Yeah, but some of them, if you go to the one at CVS, they just tell you to swab it inside your nose. If you go to the Tent City one, they do it for you, and they shove it all the way, like,
Yeah, I had it done over at Convenient MD, and they did the rapid test, and they went right up the nose, man, like you said, down to the stomach.
yeah, feel it in your cockles.
Anyway.
So, I mean, I would, I would,
guess worst
this
case
way, I would say,
scenario would
I
be-
wouldn't take it out, but I would definitely reduce it.
I would
Alright.
take it out from, I just saw that same article he did, and it says that it's handled by the state.
Okay, like I said, HHS says that it's available as well,
Yeah.
but I didn't know.
Let me do this,
And
I'll
it's only
call,
gonna get better.
I will call, right, I will call, I'll call the help desk again tomorrow and just verify it.
Okay.
And then give you a definitive answer, are you okay with that?
With all those organizations, Meredith, that we're paying dues for, wouldn't any of those be able to tell you?
I can just,
We're
I
paying
can
$1,000
call,
in dues.
I'm gonna call the state help desk tomorrow and just talk to Rickley, the state fire marshal's office, it's an easy phone call.
Okay,
I'll
that would
do
be
that.
best, I think.
Yep, and if they're gonna continue to cover it, then we can take it out, if not, we can figure out a way to reduce it. But
Okay.
I'll get back to you on it definitively. Equipment, are we okay with health and fitness, or you want more?
I'm good with the rest.
Medical co-pays is just for anybody that doesn't have health insurance, that has to take that. It's a physical right now that's required by the state of New Hampshire if you're gonna take a class. And it's basically not anything more than almost like a sports physical.
But if we had to,
Do you know how many of your firefighters are not under medical insurance?
I do not.
Then how did you come up with $50?
Just the 5 people that were going to class.
Okay.
And if they have a $10 copay, we've been reimbursing that as well. So last year, we didn't send anybody to class. In 2020, we didn't send anybody to class. 2019, we sent 2 people, both of them had $10 copays, and we reimbursed them for that.
Okay, so that's reimbursement?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
The 430 account, the only new thing that's in there is the hydrant testing. And what I did was I looked at the cost that we were spending for our firefighters to actually do the hydrant testing, by paying them to do it, and it's cheaper for us. And it's cheaper for us and easier for us to do, have a company, it's Wayne Perkins who does all of our pump testing and our pump, maintenance. They will come out at $110 an hour. And we have 13 hydrants right now, so it works out to be $1,500, which is cheaper than.
but I thought this was gonna be part of the stipend work. When
But
we
it's-
had this discussion,
Yeah, but it's cheaper for me to do it this way,
how do you figure that? You raise the stipend.
cause I raised the stipend for the 3% increase, not for them to do more work. So it's cheaper for us to do it this way, and we get a certified report that says the hydrants meet the flow test that's required by the NFPA.
Right, that certified report is at that day and time, right?
Yeah, but
So-
at least we have something, if your house burns to the ground and
Let it burn. But
somebody else's house burns to the ground,
But I thought when we had
Must
this
be very well
discussion
insured.
with the DPW, ANU, that through the matrix that you had for distributing the stipend, that was going to be covered through that. And if there was a problem with the hydrant, you were going to let the DPW know, and they
Right.
would get it corrected.
right,
So when you say it's more economical to have an outside company do it, I don't understand, because you're not gonna take the stipend away from someone, you're gonna just reallocate those funds.
For other work that they're doing.
For other work that they're maybe doing.
No, they are. But this is cheaper. And,
But Meredith, the
And-
budget went up on this line item by $2,200 and change.
on which line
What-
item?
I thought we were talking maintenance, equipment maintenance.
430.
What caused that raise? Because if it was it looks like everything there is maintenance, and if that were true, I would have expected sort of a steady state, but it looks like something went up. Can you help me understand that?
A couple line items went up.
The only thing that got added on this,
Yeah, but some of your line items went up.
on the 430 account, you mean?
Yeah. So like last year, small engine maintenance was 1,500. This year it's 2,000. Compressor maintenance and testing was 400 last year. This year it's 750.
I don't think I don't have last year's.
I do. I use paper. And hose testing went up.
Hose testing did go up the first year when we bid it. And then the first year we bid it, it was not bid it. The first year we did it was 29 cents a foot.
Yeah.
And they just did an increase in their
Okay.
costs. to
I had it at
32
26
cents.
cents a foot,
That was the first year we did it, was
Right.
26 cents a foot.
and you were supposed to be doing it with Greenville.
No, we do it Dublin and Peterborough.
At the time, it was with Greenville.
Nope,
That's
that's pump testing. Pump testing's with, hose
Okay,
testing, we have
this
always
price
gone to
here is
Conval.
with whom? Yeah, are we doing it with a
We're doing it
group?
with Dublin and Peterborough, yes. And
So
we go to
we-
Conval School. And they do all of the markings and everything. So their cost increased, and they said, when I talked to them on the phone, that they have not done a price increase in 8 years. This is the new price that will be good for the next however many years, is 32 cents a foot.
Okay.
So their cost went up.
Okay.
The Cascade compressor, I talked to him, this is Poseidon that's been doing it. Talked to him, he now does the 2 compressors. He does the one on the rescue and the in-house one, and that price for the combined is $750.
Okay.
The small engine maintenance went up to $1,500, from $1,500, because that the Hamatra, which is our tools that we use for auto extrication, needs to be maintained every year, because it's under high pressure.
I guess my question, Meredith, is it's gone up, but yet we've expended so far. I don't know, you're gonna tell me we got a bill coming or something, but we're probably $2,500 below what we had budgeted for this year.
Hang on, I'm looking at the 430 account.
But she did go down $800 on SCBA maintenance and repair from last year to this year.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where the price now, I can see where you got the 2,200 by the line item now.
Yeah.
The question is, why did, for example, small engine maintenance go up by $500?
It went up because the Hamatro tool, which is our auto extrication tool, which is under high pressure, needs to be maintained every year, and we did not have that in our maintenance budget for last year. So it's going back into the mix, which increased that to $2,000.
Okay.
I show 430.
It's a split account, but I'm almost positive we sent a bill up recently because we've spent everything out of that account.
The only thing I show outstanding is the only money that I show that I have left in that account is the $750 for the compressors, which is coming this month. He normally comes in November, but he's a little behind the schedule, so he's coming in December. That's Poseidon.
Okay. I'm saying that this, I think, was the end of October's
Yeah.
cost.
Oh yeah, we sent stuff in November from A1.
Yeah, you're looking at October's. Since that time, we've done The compressor maintenance is the only thing that's still outstanding. We sent the Hamato tools out, because of the damage. They had to be inspected and brought back because of potential damage on a car accident. Vehicle maintenance, actually went down. See, I can make things go down. State inspections and services are anywhere from $500 to $800 a piece, and we have 6 trucks.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look, now that you just mentioned that.
Actually,
So
last year.
8 times 6 is 4,800.
Yeah. The actual
Yeah, but
bill.
it's end services, so you
Yeah.
don't know if there's oil change,
Yeah.
fluid.
She's actually lower than the last bill she received last year. The last bill last year was $928.
Yeah.
And was that for replacing, what was that thing we had the problem with?
Would you like a copy of the bill?
I don't know what you want, I really don't.
We had a major problem with a vendor supplying us with a part that we had the mechanic try and install, and it was the wrong part.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't remember much, but
Yeah.
The generator.
Now that you say that was the generator piece
the
that
generator.
This was on the
they tried to
the
retrofit
2000.
the. Yeah.
This was on the O2 Freightliner, and the bill came in at $928.29.
Yeah, so depending on the oil changes, the whatever needs to be done, it goes anywhere from $500 to $800.
Well, again, I don't know if
And
my
the one
numbers
that
are
you
updated,
have-
but in 2019, we had a budget of 14 with a cost of 10,470. And then now we had a budget of 13,700. And again, I don't know if you have more bills coming in, but it was 10,600.
We added vehicles. Last year we budgeted out at 5 vehicles. This year she says she has 6.
I have left in my vehicle maintenance budget as of the end of as of December is $870.
Where did we get another vehicle?
I'll talk to the
Oh,
chief.
wait a minute. No. You just said
I
it.
just- and I'm saying-
Where
yeah.
did this vehicle? We planted
just saying.
seeds and
I'm saying right
Did
here,
they
she
get
goes,
that
this year we'll
truck
have 5
We bought
pieces
the
of
brush
apparatus
truck.
will need to be maintenance and inspected. And then this year
we've
she
had
has
that
6.
brush truck since
bought the brush truck.
before
We got
Ah.
the state funded brush truck.
But then we,
the Army one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had that in 2019. It was at the Memorial Day Parade.
It wasn't in service yet.
We-
It wasn't.
It was
had
at
in
the
service.
Memorial Day Parade.
It was, but it wasn't
it
in service.
You were driving a vehicle on the road.
It was.
It was still camoed out.
licensed and
It was.
registered.
It
was.
was.
Still green.
Yeah, it was still. Yeah, now it's red.
But we would have had it in the budget as all.
No, because you wouldn't have had to maintain it that year. You just got it.
Because we didn't put it on the road because we had to paint it. Have you seen how nice the paint is? Didn't cost us anything. So I show $870 left in that line item as of December, because I just got the new printout from Roger. $870 remaining. I have a $500 seat.
What are you just showing for that paid cost to date on vehicle maintenance?
Cost to date. I have current expenditures. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
same
looking at?
thing. Yeah.
$12,829.91. And this report's from 12/8. And so I have $870 left. I have a $500 seat coming for the rescue, because the seat is broken. It doesn't go up, down, back, forward. It's become a safety issue. And then $85 for brackets that we had to replace for the SCBA.
You need to get more firefighters that are all the same height.
I have the longest legs and the smallest feet on the department, what's that tell you? Pump maintenance pretty much stayed the same, pump testing stayed the same, $1,000 for each, that didn't change. ATV and boat maintenance, oil changes, tires, maintaining the motor on the boat, $500. Upgrading the seam lighting on engine 4, that is we're gonna go to LEDs as those start to burn out. We need to replace them, so we're just gonna replace them all, because every time we turn around, one more goes out, so if we're gonna replace one, and keep doing it, we might as well replace them all. And then replacing the remaining, last year we did the grill lights on the rescue with lights and strobes. This year we gotta do the remaining warning lights. We've already lost one on the side, we've already lost one on the,
Hood,
on what?
the hood.
On the hood. So the truck is old enough that those lights need to be replaced.
How much does it cost us to put lights on a truck?
Well, we're looking at 12 lights for $2,000. And that's
And
with
if I'm
LEDs.
looking right here, we paid over 4,000 last year.
Yeah, that was for Rescue 1 and Brush 1. Rescue 1 was $37.50 and Brush
So
1
are
was $400.
all the truck lights going out at the same time?
This
Those
is
were
the,
the pole lights, I believe.
yeah, those were the scene lights that you're talking about. So the scene lights are on poles, they run off a generator, and you extend them and they light up the world. Those had to be replaced last year. Some of this is just because the trucks, they go out in the weather and
Yeah.
they go out on bumpy roads.
Yeah, and then they did ground lights last year
But
Yeah.
LED lighting improvements, you just explained it's those lights, and isn't this the same thing that you've got in this year's upgrade scene lighting on E4? Same thing, it'd be the pole mounted lights that,
No,
No, the scene lighting are on the box of the truck. They have
and
white
that's,
lights on the-
that's
the
engine
four
4, that's
corners.
not the rescue. Last year was the rescue.
right.
So again,
But
weather and.
they are LEDs, right?
Yep. Yeah, everything that we're
Right.
replacing and switching, we're moving to LEDs because they last longer and they hold up better in the weather.
Right. Yeah, okay.
And then we're looking at keeping these trucks for a long time, so we did add fluid film this year. The estimates that I got from Wheelan were way more than that. They were
What
anywhere.
is fluid film?
Fluid
Is that
film is an
undercoating?
undercoating, almost like an oil undercoating that they used to do.
Yeah, okay.
And
Got
it
it.
just preserves them from rust and the salt and everything. So the quotes I got from Wheelan were 5-something, 250, 350 for all the different trucks. We feel that we can do it ourselves, we have the equipment to be able to do it ourselves, so at $250 a truck, we can do it for $1,000. Part of that, being able to do that is, some of the equipment that the association has been able to buy over the last couple of years that makes it so that the town doesn't have to buy it. The association just spent $6,600 on a heated pressure washer to be able to wash the truck.
I mean, I'm good with 1,000, but 5 times 250 doesn't equal 1,000.
What does it equal?
1,250?
Oh,
Yeah.
we'll do it for 1,000.
Awesome. That's a deal.
Like I said, Wayland's price was, I couldn't justify having somebody else do it.
Yeah, I was just
With our-
saying, I know Reds does it in
Yeah.
Jaffrey as well.
With our pressure washer that we have, the heated pressure washer, we can clean under there, and we've already figured out a way that we can do it for $1,000, and that's strictly coming from Hazen as a quote, so. You wanna go on to next one? Computer services, we have a printer we have 2 printers at the station. This printer is tied into what we call the line officer's computer. And the line officer's computer does all of the reports for firehouse, that kind of stuff. The biggest reason we need a new printer for this is, because this one doesn't work very well. It's old, it's probably 15 years old.
But this is
or
at the
so.
fire station?
Yeah. And this is the printer that we use for printing out permits when people come in for permits from the state for brush permits, that kind of stuff. So it's long overdue to be replaced. Communications. I still wish I could solve the communications problem as far as, we get 2 Comcast bills And I think we talk about this every single year. I don't know if we're getting double billed or whatever, but if you look at our Comcast bills,
Well, as the department manager, can't you solve that and find out what the bill is?
No, because it ties in through the state. They won't talk to me, or not the state, I'm sorry, it ties in through here. They won't talk to me because the account goes through the town. So
Okay.
both of these accounts, we get a bill from Roger, which has fire department, police department, pool, all those kind of things on it, $127.99 a month. Then we get another Comcast business bill that is $130 a month.
And that's for voice and internet, which is the only two things we have at the station.
And I know Debbie's tried to straighten it out, but all we have at the station is a basic phone that rings in 3 places, and internet that only works when it feels like working, and we're paying
$250.
We're paying $3,000 a year for Comcast, for just the fire station.
We do this
I
every
can't
year.
understand
Every
why
year-
you can't.
Every year I have come with this same thing saying, we need to solve this, and we have not been able to solve it yet. It's not mine to solve, it's the town's account.
But they should be able to tell you what it is that you're getting. I can see that they can tell you, well, you don't have the authorization, let's say, to make a change, but they should be able to tell you
They have a
what it
fancy
is.
phone system that
Can I
we
see
don't
those,
need.
Meredith?
Yep. They have a fancy phone system where you guys can do like,
Thank you.
transfer calls and call waiting and all kinds of stuff, voice messages and stuff. All we have down there is just a simple phone system. And at one
I
point,
saw
we
you
had
jotting it down.
7,
You gonna check with them?
one point we had 7 lines down there. We do not need 7 phone lines, so we have 3 now. 1 in the office, 1 upstairs, and 1 down at the desk, and that's it. And we're paying $3,000 for a year.
Do they provide the bill and itemize what it is they're charging you that
Well-
monthly charge for?
Apparently Roger maybe gets an itemized bill, but it's all lumped into the town account. That's, and
Well,
if
but
you
you
talk,
said they're billing you. That's the part that kind of confuses me.
no,
If the town owns it,
no, I get a
Okay, go
town, we get a bill from the town, and Roger passes it around to each department head, and we sign off on it.
got it, okay.
And then we get a separate bill that has just the fire department on it, but again, it's generated as a town bill. So I don't know if
I don't
we're
understand
double
why you're
paying.
getting a shared bill from the town.
I don't know either.
And every year we go through this and we
Yeah.
can't get an answer because it's not.
Have you seen them? Like
we're
the
not
two?
part of an authorized user, and they won't tell us anything, cause I've tried calling myself, and they won't, and we just, every single month, we get 2 different bills from Comcast.
But they can't tell you what it is they're billing for?
Because we're not authorized. They won't talk to me at
Yeah,
least.
I agree with you, David. They should be able to get the items.
Yeah.
Well, if you talk to Debbie, Debbie's gone around and around and around, and our bill literally doubled when we made the change with all of the new phone, remember when the phone system
Mhm.
went out here?
Mhm.
And we got a whole new phone system? At that point, the fire department's bill doubled.
It's almost like
It's like we're getting double billed.
you're getting double billed because
And we've
this
had that conversation
this
with
is
them and they keep
stating
saying no.
that they're getting billed for the same thing this is.
For the same service?
Yes, but they keep telling us no, it's 2 separate services.
And we keep coming to ask to be changed.
Believe
and
me,
look into it,
we've gone
and we've gotten-
round and round and round with them.
And so we had to increase this last year too, because it's just, we'll kinda go over budget if we,
Yeah, I just brought those so you'd actually see what we're doing.
Yeah.
So it feels to us like we're getting double billed, but when you call them on the phone, they insist that this is the way the accounts were set up. And that, then
And that's-
Debbie,
yeah,
that
all I can think is that-
I'll refer.
I'm just thinking that
Or
you should
one's
call
internet and
them.
one's phone.
We have.
No, no,
called
no,
them.
no, just,
Go ahead.
well, Scott, unless, when you call them, the department heads that are signing off should be authorized to ask them questions. And if they can't do that, then we shouldn't be paying one of the bills until we know what it is. Now, the cable TV, my memory serves me correctly, is free.
It's free.
You should be paying for internet and phone
Yep.
only. Now, do either of those bills break it out?
One of them says, what,
Yeah, it's voice and data is $125 a month on that bill right there, which is
Yeah, this one says cable, internet, and voice. So cable, no charge.
Yeah,
Internet, $70,
yeah,
69 and change.
yeah,
And business voice, $54.90.
okay.
But then I get this one from Roger
which is a
that has no breakdown,
yeah.
that we keep paying every single month. And Debbie has been on the phone, I can't tell you how many times Debbie's been on the phone trying to get an answer, and they insist. And when Lori was here, Lori got involved and was making.
Well, we got
phone
Laurie,
calls.
Debbie, Roger. Now, Roger's the one for the bills, so he should be,
Yeah, but Debbie was the one, I think Debbie got involved because she was the one that set up the
she
phone
did the
system.
process, yeah.
yeah,
But
'cause then
now
you
when
get
it's
another bill,
billing-
it's $131.
Yeah.
It's almost like that one that's just separate to you shouldn't be paid until like something, right? Like,
Except that's the one that they, well, I don't know, it's the one that,
because
I
we
would
have the
say
town
if it,
trunk services, like, because that's
well,
all
if
the
it
other
has their phone
departments
number on it, you wanna make sure we're paying the one that has their phone
and the
number
phone
on it.
number, yeah.
If the other one is like a duplicate on the internet or something, then that's the one I'd say, look, unless you can tell me what this $131 is, you know, and then I wonder, does the chief, you know, does Chief Carpenter, does he get the same thing?
I think he does.
I think he does.
But
Yeah.
does the town office get two bills, Scott?
Yeah, we get multiple bills from Comcast.
Yeah, And it's
Eversource is
been
even
like that.
worse.
I'm sorry.
Well,
It's been
Eversource,
like
we
that ever
understand.
It's been like that ever since we made the change in the phone system. And I think we've been arguing with them for that long.
Even if you can get them to come here and just say, here's the bills.
And I think we tried stopping paying them last year, and then we got past due notices,
Yeah.
and they were gonna
And
get
then
cut
they were
off.
tacking on interest rates and.
Well, what are they gonna cut off? Which one of the services?
Oh,
Yeah, pay the
Maybe
one-
worth
pay
rolling the
one that has
dice.
your phone number listed on it.
Let it happen, it's fine.
Well, this one does say data. The problem is if you shut off our internet and everything, then we lose a lot of critical needs
Yeah.
for us to get where we need to be.
Now, again,
But it is a town, I think it's a town-wide problem. It's not unique to the fire department.
so, moving on to this one, since you have an updated budget, what is your current actual
On the 530 account?
on the whole thing? The whole thing, bottom line?
Bottom line percentage left, balance remaining.
No, your total actual, 2020
let's see,
actual.
107, 178, 79.
Okay.
And I do have outstanding bills against that, but, so like the 2 training bills and that kind of stuff, so.
107,
107, 178, 79.
178. Okay.
Again, I'm just looking,
Yeah,
kind of looking at this last number again with the communications equipment needs. Is there any money that you would have available to purchase some of this out of this year's budget and lower that line item again? Only because we're seeing an increase to this line item from last year of almost $3,000.
and most of that increase, if you look at that addendum, that increase is due to that UHF mobile install. And the UHF is the radios that we need to install in order to be able to work across the border. So Ashby, Townsend, we hardly ever go to Pepperell. But in order to communicate with Ashby, Townsend, and then those, and Ashburnham, those are the ones that, those mobile radios that need to be installed. We have them,
Yep.
we just need to install them.
And I ran out of my this year, so we have to.
So we own the radios, we just now have to install them.
Wait a minute, help me out here, because when I looked at addendum A, I think the
It was
column
off.
headings are off.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was off, I had to readjust it.
So,
Although I think I readjusted it before I sent it to you.
no, because I got number signs over here and then a need column with numbers underneath it.
So
And
the
then a
need-
fix.
So the
fixed
need-
unit,
Yes.
meaning,
The fix are ones, the fix is empty, the way I compare it. The need is the ones that we need. The unit,
so you
is
need
how
26
many we
charges?
no.
Okay, that's what's
And-
under
and
my
that's-
need
And see,
column.
that's exactly, what happened when the guy that did it is a computer geek, and he sent it to me and it got all messed up. The chargers that show under Motorola Minotaur 5s
Mm-hmm.
should be 0,
Yeah, total price is 0.
and total price is 0. Same with the
Okay, but
chargers
the-
under the Minotaur 6s.
Now I'm
So
seeing both ways. One that's off this way, and under the Motorola Minotaur 5 row, it's
Yeah.
blank.
Yes,
That's just
because
the header.
that's the header for pages,
Pages,
batteries, clips,
batteries,
chargers. Yeah.
okay,
Same with Minotaur 6, that's the header for pages, batteries, clips, chargers.
okay.
So the only thing we need to install this year would be, the price increase, the jump, is for the installation. Now, we could do
What are these
Potentially
getting
3.
installed into?
the engines and the rest, so all of the apparatus.
So, to install radios in the apparatus, it costs us $6,700. Is that, no?
No, 2875.
Plus the,
And then the
Program.
programming is $80 an hour, so 960.
Plus 80 for something else, and then it says
80
total
is-
needed budget
The
is
8,
6695.
well, because we need 5 pages.
that's for
of
this whole,
The whole,
that's the whole
Line.
communication equipment needs
All the
is
way down.
6695.
Now, I can reduce
So is that not what she's asking for?
It is, but that's not just the the installation is only these 3 numbers here.
That I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's my,
But Meredith, you didn't answer John's question about whether or not anything out of this year's budget could be used to offset these costs.
Even if it's some of even if it's some of the upper items.
I don't think we have that much left in our budget to be able to offset much. There's none left in communications, but
No, I just meant like, I mean, at the end of the year, you have $2,000 left at all by your, the
yeah,
pages.
if we have it,
Yeah.
yes. Yep,
Oh yeah, I'll go spend it.
Well, I'm just,
that's like, I
Yeah,
got,
but-
No, you don't understand the question.
yeah,
that's the communications
Yeah.
guy.
yeah, I'm just, I'm trying to see if we can, lower this, like I said, I understand the $3,000 increase is for that, basically that one line
Can I throw
item.
something out there that might help?
Mm-hmm,
If we do 3 next year and 3 the year after, we would be okay. See, so I am doing give and take. Here's where I get kudos. No.
yeah,
Because if we do the 2 engines and the tanker this year, those are our pieces that go mostly to Massachusetts. So we could potentially do 3 this year and 3 next year, or 3 next year and 3 the year after.
mm-hmm,
Which would cut both of those lines in half, which would reduce it by, hang on, I gotta find my adding machine here.
Roughly $2,000, I think.
Yeah.
Which significantly helps with my bottom line too.
Do we pay a charge for him to come out?
It's an hourly. It just does an hourly install.
So it's it is right about $2,000, I can reduce that. And this was one of the conversations we were having tonight as officers before we came up here.
And if we get rid of our Comcast bill, we can lower it.
And then if we can get rid of half the.
All right, we're
Comcast
gonna put
bill-
you in charge of that, okay?
He's tried,
Well, he's gotta succeed. Come on.
If you give me authorization, I'll call him.
Go right ahead. Call him.
Mr. Lane.
Just say I'm Scott Butcher with the town of North. How are they gonna know?
I'm sure I'm off that. So good luck with that.
Question, can you walk me through the addendum where you're making these changes? I'm assuming it's coming out of the addendum.
yeah.
Yeah, and
At the-
I'm looking at taking where you have the UHF mobile install.
Yeah,
It says 6 at $115
Yeah.
per hour, and the total cost is $28.75.
yes,
Cut that in half.
okay,
And then the UHF mobile programming, $960, cut that in half. And that's gonna drop it almost exactly $2,000.
1,917.
Is that what it is, 1917? Because
Yeah.
I take it out the other side too.
Yeah, I just divided it in half, and it
Yep.
so.
So it's 1437.50 and
So it brings you to 8858 on that line item.
let me go back up and change it in my end.
And then obviously if you could take a look and see, I mean, it seems silly, but I mean, anything at all, like if you think you can come up with, you know, $500, that takes care of your new mics and your clips.
Mhm.
Onto, I mean, anything that you might have, we've already taxed the people on it,
Yeah.
you know, use it
And
for
some
that.
of the
And
problem is that some of our bills come in so late, like the Cascade, that by the time we realize we have an extra $500, December 31st has come and gone, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Hmm.
And I think we did that last year with AEDs.
Mhm.
You don't expect to spend any more for training this year, right?
We have a $1,500 bill and a $750 coming still that haven't come yet.
Okay, got it.
So I mean, if you take a look, and we can before we have to.
I don't think there's gonna be any money left, guys, if I'm looking at this correctly.
I'm pretty close to
Yeah,
the.
I know it's close, but you said 500
They may-
bucks is.
I hope you're not even gonna overspend. Cause I'm looking here, if the stipends haven't been paid in full, and I'm looking at my old numbers,
So for stipends, the number I have for stipends right now.
We paid
balance.
Paid those out last week.
It was 22.
I'm at 0.
Yeah.
Nope, never mind, that's mine.
22,169 or something like that.
Current expenditures is 47,1090 on the salaries. 40,710.90. That's after the second.
What is it
payout.
again?
40,710.90.
40,710.90.
That's after the second payout. So there's a little bit of.
There's a
wiggle
little
room
bit there.
Yeah, 3,000 some change.
But I also have a couple of line items.
What's over
where I'm
budget?
over. And I don't know what's gonna happen with heat and electricity, because we don't get those until,
Yeah, but you've been topped off already, I thought.
I honestly don't know. I
Oh.
have to look. Department fuel. John, could you do me a favor and tell me what that number is again?
The
For that
88,
communications?
8858.
Thank you. Because otherwise I'm gonna be dreaming it in my sleep. And the only other thing is the US cellular data, is the iPads and the cell phone. That actually is a little higher than that, but we are gonna be looking, now that FirstNet is available for firefighters and first responders, as soon as I get into the new year, I'm gonna look at converting that over, and that should save us some money there.
What are you looking to change?
The US cellular data
Yeah,
plan right
yeah.
now is iPads and cell phone. FirstNet just came out for first responders, and we should be looking to make that change anyway, because it always gives us access to phone lines if we have any kind of issues, but that should save us some money on that data plan as well. But I left it at $960 because I don't know what the savings is gonna be. Dues and fees, everything stayed the same.
Do we have to belong to so many?
It went up by $500.
Do we- Do we get benefits from these?
Do you get benefits for the dollars you're paying is the question I'd ask.
So,
That's the Chief Mobile.
Yeah, that's what we
Chief
got.
Mobile is the one that, so Rover, the one that says Rover Spotted Dog is our communication system with our dispatch center that they have a huge screen, and when we're responding, we have it on our phones that we can hit that we're responding, and it shows both at the station and at dispatch if I'm going to the scene, if these guys are going to the station, wherever, it tracks everything. And once the engines and the apparatus are on the road, they hit responding on iPads and it tracks them.
What's Chief Mobile?
Chief Mobile is something that we're using now. We're testing. Actually, we're not testing, we're actually using it, and it's been very favorable so far. It actually mimics our pagers. What we have is a scanner that sits at the station, and this is part of the reason our internet has become so critical. It sits at the station and it mimics the pagers, so when the pagers go off, this goes off on our phone, and then you can also play back whatever's coming across the pagers. So we're working with this, we've been working with the company, we're fairly new into it, working with the company with the hope that eventually we'll be able to replace our pagers with this system. It's not quite there yet, but $480, we've got 28 people that are on it, and that, I love it. We're
Well,
getting.
the question becomes, we're about to spend $2,000 on pagers, and it sounds like you're working to migrate away from them. Is that right, or am I misunderstanding?
Well, because we can't get away from them yet, but we're morphing that way, as are a lot of other departments. So I'm thinking within the next couple of years, we will be away from pagers, but we're not away from them yet, and none of these companies will stand up and say that these can replace your pagers, because they're not totally reliable yet.
Isn't the problem that the transmission, I thought we were using pagers because cell phone transmission is unreliable, is that correct?
Well, and the same with this. If we lose our internet at the station, we lose Chief Mobile. So our internet at the
I get that, but the problem is you're using a system that's forwarding the pager information to the cell phone. If that cell phone is still out of, are you telling me the firemen are gonna carry a cell phone and a pager as redundancy?
Right now, everybody is carrying a pager and a cell phone. We're hoping eventually they'll only have to carry a cell phone. But we're not there yet.
But I don't see how you can hope for that unless a transmission issue is solved.
Right, so I'm
Because cell
saying
phone
that,
coverage isn't good enough.
right,
It's
so,
never going to be, probably.
well, that's why I'm not saying never, because every year these systems get better and better and better. When we first started with Spotted Dog, which is the voting system that the dispatch is using, it was on and off again at best. And now it's become the reliable, I mean, dispatch looks up and says, I know that Chief Lund is going to the scene, and they'll come across the radio and say, Chief Lund is responding for Spotted Dog. So the technology is coming, it's just not there yet. So we can't not get the pagers until we know that system is there, and you're right, until internet's there, whether it's 5G or the tower that goes up on the western side of the state. I don't know, but for $480 for 24 people, it's, you know, for me, I can carry my phones and not have to carry a pager, because I get it on my phone, and then I'm lucky enough that I have a radio in my car. I can go out to the car and verify what it is. Not everybody else is that lucky, but, so it's getting there, but it's not there yet. And if,
So at this point, Chief Mobile is more of an exploration. We don't really have any requirement to have it right now, but you're exploring it. It's really
there's no
the answer.
requirement to have it, but it really, really is. I mean, there are times where the Chief Mobile goes off before the pagers go off. So it's well worth it. It's well worth the $480, and every time they improve it, eventually whether Spotted Dog will go toward more what Chief Mobile has, or whether Chief Mobile will go more to what Spotted Dog has, and eventually we can merge those two, that would be an interesting thing to watch. We tried a bunch of different ones. We tried one that was being done by people in the state of New Hampshire that kind of did a similar thing. It did not work very well, so we didn't keep up with that one, and then we kind of came across this Chief Mobile one, and it really is, I would give up a lot of things before I would give that up.
Okay, speaking of giving it up then, let's continue down that line.
NFPA annual fee also gives us our access to all of the NFPA standards, the books that we need, so we need to keep that one. Firehouse is required by the state, well, we have to have Firehouse in order to access the state system with the State Fire Marshal's Office in order to enter all the reports. So that one can't go away. New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs is the NHAFC, and the Fire Prevention Society.
What do we get from them?
Networking. I mean, a lot of these are,
That's what I'm saying, but when you look at it, we've got 9 listed there. Can we kind of,
Southwest gives us voting rights into the system where our dispatch center is.
I'm assuming that's the last one, right?
That's the top one.
What's the last one?
The last one is.
Yeah, what's the last?
The last one is Sauhegan Mutual Fire Aid Association,
Sauhegan.
and they are actually, we are the furthest west department, and we've been a member of them for a long time.
And what do we get for that?
The other thing that it's an annual fee, but it also gives us our hazmat team, which is why that cost is so expensive. It gives us our hazmat team, it gives us water rescue, and it gives us a couple other rescue teams. I did look this year about eliminating that by going to Keene Fire Department for our hazmat, which right now would be no cost. The problem is if Keene ever charged for hazmat teams, it would be a whole lot more than $1,000. So I did look, I had a long conversation with Mark Howard, who is the fire chief in Keene, about, you know, $1,000 in my budget is a lot of money. And do I get rid of it? And he said, well, let me ask you this question. If for some reason our town manager said, we are now going to charge for the hazmat team, and it's a whole lot more than this, are you gonna be willing to foot that bill? So,
How many times have we gone to them for a hazmat incidents? Is it frequently, or is it?
nope.
Because when and maybe because they looked at it and say, well, that's not fire department related, but when Tim had an incident over at the police station with,
Yeah, I spent hours on the phone with Mark Howard with that. So that was an instance where we used the hazmat team, but we didn't pull them out here because we didn't need to.
I thought they said they wouldn't come for that.
They didn't need to come for it. So I spent a lot of time, I called, can't remember his name in Nashua right now, and then I called Mark Howard. And in running that all by, it turned out that they didn't need to come. Tim suited up, I stood outside as backup, and we ended up getting it all done. And that was wasn't a chemical, it was a
Drug.
drug, yeah. Yeah, which is why, but I did spend quite a bit of time on the phone with them, and then there was no cost for that, because it's part of the hazmat team. So, it's a,
I
don't
can
know.
understand the things that we're paying for when you get a service, whether it's
And
up
it's-
and coming or whatever.
I mean, I could save $1,000 and go to Keene now, but then if Keene then next week says, or next year says, okay, we now have to bill for our hazmat team. There's only 2 hazmat teams in the state that are municipal hazmat teams. Keene is one of them. The rest are regional, which is what this Sauhegan Mutual Fire Aid is. And if they ever went to where they were going to charge people to be part of their response, it would probably, he said it would be more than $1,000. So he said, it's kinda up to you. He said it really truly is $1,000 that big a deal that if you then got hit by $3,000, would you still be willing to do it? And I said, I'm trying to save $1,000.
Is there, at the $1,000 fee, is there any limit to the number of incidences that they'll support, or is it
No.
unlimited?
No, it's unlimited. And to be honest, a lot of the times they will go back against the company that caused the spill. So we had a hydraulic spill this year in town, and I called the hazmat team. We did not use the hazmat team, but we did the damming and the diking and everything, and then a cleanup company came out through Clean Harbors, and we billed the company that caused the spill, and we did get reimbursed, and it went into our detail account. So they're gonna go back after the companies whenever they can. Then the problem would be if there was a time when they went back after a company and a company didn't pay for whatever reason, then the bill would come to the town.
We also have gotten air monitoring devices out of them, have we not?
Yeah, the hazmat team out of Sauhegan, we have over the years gotten some things from them, some air monitoring testing and stuff when they have excess funding for, because they write all the grants too, so we don't have to ever write hazmat grants, so they write all the grants, and then every once in a while they'll put in a grant for, you know, an air monitoring for every single town or whatever, and it's been a couple of years since we've gotten anything like that, but. So that's why that one is so high, and the other one that's high is that firehouse, which we can't get away from because we have to enter, it's one of those unfunded mandate things. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You said that if they can't get reimbursed from the company that caused the incident, they will come back to the town.
They will bill the
And
town
therefore-
if we were not part of this group.
Okay, by being
So
part
that-
of it, they're not gonna do that.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Got it.
Yeah, then they just eat the costs.
Jay had a question.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I just was wondering if you went to Keene and quit this, and then next year Keene says $3,000 a year.
I think
you
that's
go
the,
back to Sauhegan.
right, that was the example Meredith was given, I think, but my question
No, I'm
is,
saying,
I don't know if we could or not.
I mean, would they let you back in?
I don't
So
know.
then you could just get it for free this year and then next year?
I don't know, because it would be, it's not just the hazmat team, it's actually a fire association, so it would take, you know, the usual voting back in and the new member thing. I don't know, we've been a member forever, so.
and this is dispatched from Nashua.
We're talking this long about $1,000.
We're getting educated.
It is coming out of Nashua, yes.
I was just glad the conversation over 85 stopped when it did.
We did use the Nashua hazmat team when we had the mysterious green gases that came out of the mill. And they did come and suit up, and it was a few years ago, but they do come with the whole dog and pony show.
Alright.
The next one, mileage. I left this, I think
You actually decreased
I
it by
decreased it.
$200.
we decreased it because we didn't spend a lot of it this year, but I didn't cut it all the way down, because if there are classes next year for people, we're still gonna have to send them to class. General supplies, the only reason the general supplies went up was because of COVID stuff. Right now, well, let's go down it line by line. We're still paying for that water cooler.
Yeah, we looked at it, it's a better deal of safety specifically now.
They have never come and cleaned theirs. Just saying.
Give them a call.
I have, call them again.
What you do is break it instead and then get a replacement.
Tip
It's
it
part of
over.
the contract. If they're not gonna clean it, break it. Get a new one.
That's
Free
like
glass
on
replacement.
camera.
Yeah, except he said it on public record, so now we can't do it.
You know, talking about a local company who doesn't want to back their contract.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm
So?
just pointing it out.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
So our medical supplies, I think last year was 600, we went up to 1,000. Just again,
And what is the medical supplies for COVID specifically, Meredith?
surgical masks, N95 masks, gowns, eye protection, gloves,
Shields.
and
And
then
none of that is covered by CARES Act or anything like that from the state?
right now, we are getting all of our supplies from the state, yes. Will that last? I don't know. I don't know when the CARES Act runs out.
Okay,
So right now,
this $1,000 is there because you're not sure?
the 400 is there because I'm not sure. There's 600 there that we spend on medical supplies already. Bandaging, all different kinds of medical, oops,
Well, it caught my eye because last year's supplies was $3,200. And this year it's $4,200, and of course the medical supplies, including COVID, stands out. I was thinking, perhaps, obviously incorrectly, that was all due to COVID.
No. We have medical supplies that are $600 that are just consumables that we would use anyway. And then I increased it by 400, just not knowing how much longer that CARES Act is gonna last. We're getting our supplies right now from the state. Will that keep going? I don't know, so.
So on a line item basis, which ones have gone up? I think that's the most interest, at least to me. Because I can see where 400 is now, so where's the remaining $600 increase?
Thermal imaging for the batteries for the thermal imaging camera.
There you go. Thank you, John.
You're
Yep,
welcome.
Thank you. Cleaning supplies, consumables, I did decrease consumables a little bit, I think.
Yes, by $400.
Yeah. Because we haven't used a lot this year. We did use Speedy Dry and Gatorade. We did buy new tarps, and those tarps are plastic and they're one use. The old days of the canvas ones that you had to wash and stuff are just not, they can't be deconned enough to be able to do that, so. But I did reduce that because we didn't need a lot of it this year. Hazmat supplies are things that the hazmat team wouldn't replace, like if we had to do a decon, the little kiddie swimming pools, the little hoses, things like that. Uniform badges, we did a few last year and I was supposed to put the remainder in for this year. I think we asked for,
You had 810 last year.
yeah, so there were 8, did I have 10 badges last year? And I was supposed to use the rest this year.
Yeah.
Some for explorers, some for new members.
Yep.
And then department shirts are $420. That's $16 a piece, and each person gets one shirt per year. Extractor soap for our new extractor. Batteries, we now have to replace the batteries on the SCBA's ourselves. So that's the $150, and then AED supplies for our DFibs, the 2 adults and 2 PD pads. We do not have any PD pads right now. Batteries for the CPR training devices. We have all the mannequins that we use that when you push on them, the lights light up. They have to have batteries. And then the last one is the thermal imaging camera batteries. The last batteries we bought were 6 years ago, and we have 4 thermal imaging cameras and they're just not holding a charge. By the time you get into the building and start using the camera, you gotta swap the batteries out, so they're just not holding.
It's a minor nit, but why isn't that under account 430, equipment repair and maintenance? Why aren't both the batteries under that charge? Seems to me that's where those belong. They're not really general supplies, right?
I assume that, I don't know, I assume that they're consumable, so I don't know.
Under the medical supplies, are we actually doing medical, and it's not Souhegan Valley that does it? And I
Souhegan-
thought you were previously stocking from them? No? Okay.
No, and so we go whenever they request us, and we also go automatically on car accidents and CPR calls, so cardiac arrests. So those supplies would fall to us.
But you're there before Sauhegan Valley?
There are times, yeah. There are other times where we're not. They'll call us for a lift assist, then obviously they're there first.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
The fire department was always responding to, not that you were actually doing.
No, we have 7 licensed EMTs, 8,
Here we
10.
go when they can't get out, we'll go mute, when they have another
If-
ambulance coming in, we'll
Yeah,
go
so if
first.
they have an ambulance out and they can't get the second one out, we'll go and we'll do the medical care until Jackie gets here. Now, under the new chief, that has reduced quite a bit, but we used to regularly go on weekends. But a car accident, many times we're the first people called, so then we would initiate patient care for that person that's in the vehicle. The car accident that we had last week down over the embankment, we did most of the medical care because we were down there and then we ended up calling Peterborough. But just because of where the car was, we were down there already. So we're gonna do the medical care as opposed to bringing somebody else down for,
I'm just, in my mind, I'm saying if you're doing the medical and Sauhegan is there or they come afterwards, they're the ones that are billing the insurance company and we're expending the monies from our accounts. That's all.
we're not expending a lot, we have $600, very much.
Well, it's here, and I thought someplace further up on one of the items, there was something to do with medical. It's not critical, we can keep moving
I don't know
along.
where that would be. And I don't know if they belong in a different line item, I'm certainly happy to move them if we need to.
We did that last year, and it's
I think we
really,
moved the ones from training,
we moved,
we moved the.
The
batteries.
AEDs
We
and the
moved-
pressure washer.
yeah, we moved the AED parts and the pressure washer to, but it's Rob and Peter to pay Paul,
Yeah,
so.
but if I need to move them, I can.
No, it's reallocating to the correct line item.
Office supplies didn't go up, it stayed the same. We still have the maintenance agreement with Conway, which covers all the printer ink and maintenance and everything. And that maintenance agreement is actually cheaper than buying the ink outright. And then office supplies are, the association did purchase a laminator this year. We also have our badge maker, envelopes, hanging files, all that kind of stuff is in there. Electricity, I took a look at electricity this year. Our electrical bill has been down. We still have $16.88 remaining, so I did decrease that to 3,000. Can it go down more? I don't know. It's your call.
What are you showing for your cost to date or expenditures?
I am showing 28,1186 out of 4,500. So I did reduce it to 3,000.
Yeah, I think you're gonna be right on the margin, because of course it's darker now for the remainder of this month, we'll be
Right.
using more electricity.
Yeah, that's why I cut it down, but I didn't cut it down, I mean, I cut it down by $1,500, but I didn't cut it down a lot. But,
Yeah, I don't think you'll spend 1,500 between now and the end of the month.
yeah, me either. Heat, I level funded at 5,000. And it's just again, it's a guesstimate on this is October, November, December, so the 624 expended to date is 3685. Oh, wait a minute, 624.
What did you expend to date?
3685.15.
Yeah.
And we still have one more. I think we
Yeah.
still have one more to come out, so we're gonna be pretty close, so I didn't mess around with that one. And then postage, I did increase because we are over in postage this year.
What do you mail out?
Well, licensing for the state, so EMT licenses, the requests for background checks and driver records are now coming out of our account.
Background checks for,
New employees. What else have I mailed recently?
I've done, repair on pagers when I have to send them out, it
Yeah.
goes to the post office, UPS is just too expensive and not necessary.
Some reports that had to go to Division of Forest and Lands. So I did increase it by, I think, $25. Nope, $50, because it was 50. Was 50, and we are in the hole 28%, so. So right now, year to date, we've spent $64.15, so I upped it to 100. Because I know we've got 5 licenses to send out next year, or 3 licenses, I'm sorry. And I think that's it. Nope, sorry. Fuel, the level funded at fuel, our current year to date is $15.45.27. And we haven't seen the bills for December. So we got $454.73 left to pay for December's fuel.
which you won't come close to that, right? Because that's almost 25% of your budget.
Hopefully, once we get real busy. Books and periodicals, I left at $1 just to keep the line item open. It does show that we overdrew that account by $34. For subscription, I have to do some research on it that we are not going to renew, so it won't be there next year. And then new and equipment. So this was an increase. The ventilation fan, we have an old one that runs on, that runs on gas fuel. The problem with it is you cannot use it in a building because it puts off carbon monoxide. So we need to get something that we can use inside a building if we have smoke in a building that we have to get out. Right now we have an old, the ventilation fan I think that we have is an old box fan that's probably from the 80s. With a cord that's frayed and worn off. So we're looking to replace that. We also wanted to make sure it was intrinsically safe so that it wouldn't generate anything, sparks or anything that would then cause bigger problems inside the building. So the cost on that, they would, go ahead.
Yeah, you said you have a gas-powered ventilation fan, did I hear that right?
Yes, kind of like starts like a lawnmower.
And you said you can't use it in a building.
Right.
Where do you use it?
Right now, if we use it outside the building, so if we were gonna ventilate this building, we would put it outside the front door and open all the doors and then create a cone of fresh air that would come in and hopefully clear the building. The problem that we have in a lot of the houses around here is if they're 2-story or 3-story, you can't create enough of a draft to be able to ventilate the smoke out of the building just by putting it in the front door.
Okay, so the answer is you do use it today for ventilation of buildings, you just can't bring the unit inside.
Correct.
And that's what you're trying to fix.
Yeah, so a large office building, a large anything, or a large house, you know, a house with a chimney fire that's full of smoke, if it's a larger house, we can't ventilate the second floor.
Yeah, no, I understand, I was just trying
Yeah.
to understand why we even had a gas one if it wasn't useful, but I
Well,
understand.
it was, I don't know, I can't say, I can tell you that it wasn't, it was 2 chiefs ago that bought it, and
No, I'm not looking for
Go ahead.
justification, I was just trying to understand.
Yep, fine.
Is that the right price though? $4,600 for a
Yeah,
fan?
and that was the cheaper of the two. You got 2 quotes, right?
Mhm.
And the other one was 46?
So what's so special about this fan? What is,
It's intrinsically safe, it's electric, it runs off battery powered, it's got 2 batteries in it, or you can run it off of just regular electric, 110 cord.
So a lot of times we'll get into an older house and we'll try to ventilate and there's no place to plug it in. So that's why we went with the battery.
Is that capital equipment, the ventilation fan?
Capital equipment meaning what?
Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I thought capital equipment, we go for a warrant article. And I'm just trying to figure out, is this qualify as capital equipment? Should this be an annual budget issue, or should this be a warrant article?
under our capital plan, Jack, it's anything over 5,000.
Should have gone for the more expensive one.
That's what I thought they had here. I can't imagine a fan at $4,600. I just have a hard time.
That's why I'm looking
What's the
at
difference
big line
between this
item.
and a regular box fan?
Power,
CFM. How many?
intrinsically safe.
Intrinsically safe. Now there's a nice word.
You're welcome.
It's expensive.
So are the others not safe?
It's not gonna spark
They're
in
not
a
intrinsically
LDH environment.
So what do you mean by intrinsically safe?
Exactly what she just said, it's not gonna spark in
gonna
an
spark
IDH
in a-
environment.
In an LDH environment.
Carbon monoxide.
It's not gonna cause more problems like cause an explosion.
Right, but you're talking about venting for smoke, right? Isn't that what you said? That you're
Well,
venting out of
we
houses?
do vent for smoke, we vent for carbon monoxide, we vent for anything in a hazardous environment that you have to get the smoke, get the hazards out of the building. So, smoke
Do
is,
you vent for gas?
Yes.
yes,
Okay, that alone, and so if somebody had a
Yeah.
propane leak,
yes,
use it for that.
thank you. Yeah, go boom,
Hazmat team.
go natural, go boom.
Is that what you're going with, a hazmat team? Or do you do
No,
it?
the hazmat team
No?
wouldn't come out for that, because by the time they got here, it'd be too late.
Yeah, it dissipates, it's not residual, there's no residual
Propane
contamination.
sinks, remember? And then it. Single gas meters, right now we have 4. And they're these little things. What they do is they detect for carbon monoxide. We're looking to put 2 on each truck. Right now we have 1 on each truck, and I have 1. We're looking to put 2 on each truck. Gary would have the other one, which would make 9 altogether. These are used for mostly overhaul or going into a building where there's potentially carbon monoxide, so that they can constantly be monitoring for, is it safe to be in there, do they need to keep their masks on, take their masks off. So,
Does a gas meter only measure carbon monoxide, or is it a wide range gas meter?
the ones that we're looking for, these little tiny ones, are only for carbon monoxide. We have 4 gas meters that monitor for other things, but these are mainly just single firefighter use, and what we're looking to use them for is, right now, we have 1 on each officer's pack, but we're finding more and more, especially with limited staffing, that we have to divide down into, instead of 4 people in a crew, 2 people in a crew, so then each group would have, ultimately, what we should have is 1 per firefighter, but we know that's a little bit of a reach. So we're looking at 1 per group, so 2 per truck. The 2.5 adapters, male and female, 1 each, are for the brush truck, so that we can lay a trunk line into the woods, which is a long feed line that we could then pull lines off of and able to put fire out. APWs, we have not replaced APW extinguishers as long as I can remember. We really need 4, but we're looking to do 2 this year and 2 next year. The ones that we have do not hold a charge anymore, so you can't pressurize them. So as soon as you squeeze the button, the pressure goes out of them and the water's still in there. So we're just looking to replace 2 this year and 2 the following year. Box lights are the lights that the guys carry in when they go into a building. I think the last box lights, there are none on engine 4 right now, it did not come with box lights. Our engine 1, I'm sorry, engine 1, our new engine. They did not come with box lights, so we need to put 3 on that one, and then the other ones are, we were guessing that the last time we bought any box lights were 10 years ago. So again, we pull them out of the charger, they stay lit in the charger, as soon as you take them off the truck, you pull them in, you go into the building and they're dead.
So that one would be 2,400, right?
Yeah. Oh. We'll get 11.
10.
We won't we'll get 10.
Alright.
We'll get 10, sorry. It's my math in the middle of the night. The TL9 stabilizer is, it basically is a metal plate that's probably approximately this big, and it's got a configuration on it with a pipe or a metal rod or bar across the middle of it. What it allows us to be able to do is, we're trying to get away from airbags. We haven't purchased airbags for a long time, and airbags are what you would use to lift a vehicle if you had somebody that was trapped underneath it, something like that. This TL9 stabilizer, and there's a lot of departments that are starting to go this way, will allow us to use our hydraulic tools. And what it does is it takes one of the tips and it plugs it into this metal piece, and then it allows us to use those to be able to lift as opposed to having used airbags. It's very quick, it's very fast, and it's very inexpensive compared to airbags. Auto crib set is, right now we're using pressure treated pieces of wood that we stack up in the back of our rescue. Those are starting to split, wear out just from weather because they're just pressure treated wood. This auto crib set is a set of 2. It's long metal pieces. There's videos that you can watch, but what it does is you just put it under the car, you set it, and then you lift the car up and it just comes up and it locks itself in place. Greenville's been running a set for a few years that are very effective. It allows us, one, to start, instead of replacing that cribbing, because the whole back of our truck is full of cribbing. The example would be the car accident that we had the other day that was down over the hill. Carrying this many buckets of cribbing down in order to be able to crib that car, whereas opposed we just take these 2 down, lock them, set them, we could get the person out from under the vehicle and go on our way, so. And then miscellaneous replacement of hose, 50 feet lengths, and then 8 of 100-foot lengths, just, we periodically, hose is not indestructible. We blew a couple of lengths on a training drill. I was trying to think of what that was, where we blew the
I know
one
we
line.
blew a couple during hose testing.
Yeah, those were older.
Yeah.
So on any fire, we periodically damage hose and we just have to replace it, it can't be fixed. And then fire prevention, I level funded at $500. And right now, it's at $374, and there's an outstanding bill for $95. That's it.
We've got a 10% budget increase.
Mm-hmm. I know that.
I think something's gotta get reduced.
I did reduce that one, so you got that into consideration, right?
I haven't plugged in the numbers
The
because we
2,000.
don't have the fire health and fitness number, the FICA and Medicare is gonna end up getting changed.
Yeah.
But, and those,
Yeah, but the other one went
Yeah, so
down.
it's 131,512 before we fix FICA and Medi, which will go up a little bit. It's right now we're at 8.6, 8.7% increase.
which one did you change, John, the communication?
Communications to 8858.
Right.
So that, like I said, before we fix FICA and Medi, that puts us at 131,512. So it's an 8.7%
But did that
increase.
adjust the health and fitness with the COVID testing?
I have not adjusted that yet. If we adjust that, that's gonna take another 3840 out. So 131,512 minus 3840. 131,512 minus 3840.
I think it's somewhere about 127.
Yeah, 127,672, which would put us at a. So put us. Which I honestly think we're gonna be able to take that out.
I don't disagree, I just wanna make sure.
Oh, no, I understand.
And if Comcast can come out again,
And then if we can solve the Comcast, that would take care of the rest of
$1,400 taken out.
Yeah, that put us at a,
Yeah, you'll still get all your equipment.
it. Yeah.
Is the COVID testing in there or not?
Right now,
We're talking about taking it
yeah.
out, but I'm gonna verify that with the state tomorrow.
yeah, I'd say with the state, and like I said, that hhs.gov is the one I went to that states it where it's supposed to be done and it gives the information. But
They're the authority.
yeah, but yeah. So if we can get the COVID testing out and the Comcast, then we're
Okay,
a much smaller increase.
okay. I'm just highlighting the Comcast.
Would you have the value for the Comcast?
I'm
Which
sorry.
one did you delete?
Nothing yet.
Nothing
Neither
yet.
one.
Wow.
But I said if we can get one of those out, figure out why we're getting double banged on that. then-
Maybe we get it credit.
So who owns the Comcast issue?
Scott,
Okay.
Yeah, so that'd be another either 14 or 16.
this gentleman, what's your name, by the way?
Matt.
Matt might own it very shortly.
Matt has spent many hours on the phone with them.
If you give me authorization through Comcast, I will gladly call them.
Somebody needs to own it, let's put it that way.
I completely agree.
I don't own it because I already tried. And I've been back to Debbie periodically many times over the last, and literally this has been going on probably as long as I've been fire chief, so.
Past 2 years I've been doing this, it's been 2 bills.
Oh yeah, we've been fighting with it because we did it because it was supposed to save us money,
Yep,
and it immediately started costing us money.
Yep. Like I said, our bill doubled as
And
soon as
then
the new phones
it
came.
happened to not only that, but the chief ended up losing his phone service for an entire day because
Yep.
the battery backups didn't work. They weren't
And
compatible
our
with his
internet
service.
goes out periodically. I have to go down and reset the scanner, and then the alarm system goes off because, and then Manana Security's calling me, and then our key fobs don't work. It's,
Sounds to me like we're not getting our money's worth, even if we get rid of the double billing.
The internet's gonna go down there.
I don't disagree.
You're saying your scanner goes out? I mean, that's a safety issue.
Yeah, that's because the internet goes down. As soon as the internet goes down, the scanner system that we have that triggers Chief Mobile goes down. So then I have to go down and reset it. So I think I reset it twice on Saturday in the ice storm, not the ice storm. The
Snowstorm.
snowstorm. Just because as soon as the internet goes down,
But without a snowstorm,
what?
without a snowstorm, does it go down?
Oh yeah, we lose internet all the time. Ask Matt how many times he's reset
Do you
the
lose internet
wireless to
yet?
the printer from the computer.
We have slowdowns here.
But
It
not
may
that
not
you
be the
lose it,
internet,
do
it
you?
may be the router they're using, because the router's off
Since
that.
I've been here,
They just
I think
replaced the
we
router.
may have had complete interruption maybe twice,
Comcast did.
not typically a problem.
Yeah.
And that was because it was so old and it kept dying, and then it would trigger Monadnock security, and then I'd get a phone call. So Comcast did come out and replace the router.
It was
So you think
first,
it's actually the internet line itself that's failed?
If you ever came down and saw the spaghetti we have, you'd totally understand.
for a solid like 6 months, once a month, I'd have to call our printer company because we'd lose internet, which would change the IP address, which is a wireless printer, so we'd have to work with them, I'd work with them over the computer, or they'd have to come down because we lose internet, which changes everything. And it was for 6 months, once a month I'd have to call them.
It's funny, 'cause I was just asking Scott, because we're all on the same system, and,
Yeah.
We lose it all the time.
yeah,
It's
we don't
ridiculous.
hear, that's why I'm
We're not on the
wondering
same
what,
system
Yeah,
with
the
you
wires
guys, 'cause
coming
we're
in.
way down there.
we're on Comcast.
Right.
Yeah.
In other words, it's
Yes.
not like we're on DSL and
No,
you're
no,
on
no, I know.
Comcast, that's what I was,
What, Jack?
Comcast is a provider for the entire town of New Ipswich?
Yes.
as
Oh,
is,
as far as the
as
town.
is Fairpoint for DSL, not Fairpoint, Consolidated Communications.
Okay, that was my question, because don't they get don't we have to sign a contract with the cable companies, internet?
Only for, no, only for cable TV, it does not address
And the
internet.
problem with Comcast, correct me if I'm wrong, is when we did this phone switch over, I think it was a 3-year contract, which was part of the reason we couldn't just say, forget it, we're going somewhere else. But that 3 years has to be pretty close to being up.
Oh, I think it's up.
I think it was 3 years.
Well, it seems to me you got a good negotiation stance.
All right, any other questions?
No, I'm good.
Do you want me to just email you the information when I find out from the state tomorrow? Because it's a quick phone call. It's just the help desk, the EOC.
That'd be cool.
Yes.
Then we gotta get the Comcast issue resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put my table back.
Hey Scott, I have a question for you. Have you had any progress in being able to get that budget guide from the association?
No, I haven't.
Thanks, Meredith.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
That's all we have for budgeting.
Have a good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Right.
Fire truck bid, let's read what this is about. Tim Rodrick, yeah, we should.
So this-
Did you read it?
Yep.
No?
You want a motion to accept it?
Has this been on?
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, so this was on, I put it up on municipal bid again.
Yeah.
Last day of the bid was, the 3rd. He was the high bidder at 3,500. The last time we had it out there, the high bid was 2,752. Didn't meet the reserve last time, didn't meet the reserve that we set this time. And, you know, he's willing to, you know, come up and get it. And I talked to Peter today that, we could certainly, you know, get it running et cetera, so that, you can drive it. The only question I have on this is because we did list it with Municipid, whether he's still obligated to pay the 9% fee to Municipid, even though the auction is over, because that's where his relationship with us started. So I just have to clear up that, but that's really between him and Municipid, that has nothing to do with us. He cuts a separate check to us for the truck, and, honestly, you know, Peter and I would like the thing gone.
Yeah.
Because if we can't move it down, it's gonna go back down behind the DPW, because right now, it's just in the way clogging the parking lot. You know, Peter and I also discussed, you know, why this truck isn't fetching more money, and mostly it's because it's still got the tank and the pump on it. If we were selling it just as a cab and chassis, a bare bones truck, we might actually get more interest in it. Nobody wants to have to deal with separating the pieces. You know, that's kind of where it's at. I mean, my recommendation is, you know, it's time to move this thing and get, you know, the longer it sits here, the more likely it's gonna get damaged, or something's gonna go wrong with it, or, you know, it's gonna go down in value. And, you know, we made out pretty well on the front end loader. And I would say, you know, getting what we can out of this one and moving it to a new home isn't necessarily a bad thing.
I mean, I'm kind of at the point of it needs to be gone. It's just become an eyesore sitting in the parking lot.
Well, you could move it, that's one, but two, by any chance that I seen in, I think it was in last week or maybe the week before's folder, there was another place that sent us a thing for auctioning off vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, there's different sites out there. I explored some of the other, you know, fire truck only sites that were out there. And honestly, when I looked at what they were getting for you know, vehicles that old.
Comparable?
Comparable, yeah. It's not like we're gonna find somebody that's gonna give us $10,000 for it.
Motion to accept the bid at $3,500.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll agree. Aye.
Okay. I will, call him and we will make arrangements to get it gone.
Now, he bid on it, on Municipid,
He did.
so are you obligated to notify them?
I'm gonna have to take a look at the details there to see, I'll have a discussion with him first, and, then we'll, because it's the buyer that has to pay the.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, we have no obligation
We
to
have no
them
obligation.
to
Nope.
collect.
Nope, they collect that separately, and, they're ready. It's,
Okay, I got a list for items. Date today. Do I need to sign, or did you sign and send out the proposal for the energy audit?
I don't think I've seen that yet.
They emailed it to us.
Did they?
Yeah. Remember we voted on it last week?
Where are we going on?
2,800 and something.
Yeah, I don't
It
think
might
I-
be in my notes.
I don't think I saw the. Did we see a paper on that or? Can't remember.
No, I was reading the proposal off
Like
the
from your,
phone.
yeah, your
off the
phone. Yeah,
but
yeah.
Scott should have received that.
And who was that from?
What the heck was her name?
Was that,
Margaret.
Margaret Dillon?
Yeah, Sustainables, the initials for the name of the company. And I think it was last Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, computer, come on, catch up.
Yeah, write the name of the company.
Hang on,
It was
just go to my
2,580 is what we.
Yeah, and we voted to
Yeah.
spend the money, yeah.
Yeah.
What was last? Yeah, Monday, 11:30,
Monday,
November 30th.
that right now.
And then where are we with the tax deeding?
Looks like she has me as the point of contact on this. So I guess I'll sign that if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah. And then, where are we with the tax deeding process?
So,
Uh,
tax deeding,
tax,
for tax rate.
selling off the properties.
Haven't gotten too far on that. Too busy focused on getting our tax rates up and getting tax bills up.
While we're on that subject, do we wanna talk about tax rate?
So, unfortunately, I've set the tax rate for you.
What did we do with the overlay?
So the overlay is, as I said, put in 90, DRA adjusted down to 87,776, I believe. 87,660, which should be more than enough because the payment for the PSNH isn't gonna go out until after the first of the year. So that's gonna be in next year's overlay is what DRA said. I don't have to worry about it in the 2020 overlay, it's gonna be in 2021's overlay. So we still have to cover the Fairpoint. So for Fairpoint, it's we need to have enough overlay in there to cover $35,000 in change.
And
So
what about
that's-
what we paid to PSNH already? Didn't we pay them something?
No, we already paid Fairpoint. We made a $35,000 and change payment to Fairpoint already this year.
Okay,
Coming up, we're gonna pay them again, but it's gonna be half in the form of 100% abatement on their
yeah,
taxes, and then the remaining 18,000, because that's about 16,000 and change, and then the remaining 18,000 and change is gonna be a check. But you have to account for the full amount in overlay, because the overlay is there to cover your abatements
yeah,
plus the rest of the settlement. So we've got 87, and that will leave roughly 50 left for other abatements. and
wait, let's
potentials.
slow down. So you're saying the 18,000 check we write, and what is their assessment value? That you're saying we've got to include in the overlay?
So their tax bill
Yeah, yeah,
runs a little over $16,000 a year based on the agreed upon formula.
okay, 28. So that's about 35,000 roughly,
A little more, yeah.
and then PSNH, we haven't paid them anything?
You have not paid them anything.
Thought we had, okay, and how much do we owe them?
So that is estimated to be $97,000 for next year. But that would be paid and be in the overlay for next year, is the what DRA told me. And the way she explained it to me, says, even if you don't get your overlay number correct, she says, if you put too much in overlay, she says, the surplus goes back into your, unexpended fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
If you underestimate your overlay and you spend more than you put in there, it comes out of your unexpended fund balance. So,
So it's not coming anywhere out of our budget?
right. So she says.
That's a good thing.
She says, she says, in a way, you almost don't even need an overlay number, because in the end, it's all comes out in the wash, as she said, so it doesn't really matter. She says, if you don't get your number exactly right, it's not the end of the world. And like I said, I apologize for jumping on the tax rate, but I'm in such such haste to get the tax bills out that I kind of pulled that trigger a little early.
Right, thinking that we could go back and make changes, but
Right.
unfortunately we couldn't, so I understand.
Yeah.
So,
So our rate is 21.25.
no, I want a breakdown. What's that breakdown to?
Oh, as far as,
Town,
Municipal is $4.70. County,
wait a minute,
Okay.
municipal is what?
$4.70.
And where are you getting this from?
It's in my book. Under tab 7.
I didn't know it was under tab 7.
Well, you didn't ask, David.
I wasn't gonna say anything. He said, like, I did the math.
Yeah, I figured it out, David. You couldn't figure it out? Did the math in my head.
It's only 4 things.
As soon as you told me that, I would have said, okay, now I know he's.
Sean, what are you reading over there?
That's where I
I'm
did
saying
all my-
it can't be published already. So this must be county.
County's $1.02.
Yeah. Where did the school come in?
$13.75.
Wow, that dropped, no?
it did drop.
Yeah. That must have been because that fund balance that Scott used.
That's it.
Yeah, had to be.
Yeah. It'll go up in the second half.
Well, at least we went down 48 cents a thousand. It's better than going the other way.
Except it's local and state get added together on the state part. So it did go down. But
So we're at 21.25.
Is there a way to see what the fund balance has been, say, for like the last 10 years?
Yeah, if you go look through all the town reports, you'll see it.
No, it should just be like it's in there in the back.
In the,
Yeah.
just look at the
Fund
auditor's report.
financials.
The auditor's report.
Yeah.
Okay.
What were we before? 2370?
2174.
2173.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
2173.
I just multiplied it
Times 2.
times 2.
Yeah, they round. They're round.
Yeah, they round, yeah. Yeah, so school went down, 47 cents, yeah.
Yeah, so our retained amount, percentage-wise, went up a bit, but the actual amount went down a bit.
Trying to think, what's that percentage work out? It's gotta be somewhere around 13 or 14%.
Well, it's 13.35.
Oh, thank you.
Which is a little higher than the median, which is
Yeah.
a bad place to be.
What's for that? Healthcare?
Both of these companies are looking for an answer from us. So I got calls from both of them today and explained to them,
I have, so my recommendation, after having looked through, is on the second page, the Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield plans, either the second or third option.
What are our current?
Your
So the
current,
current,
Wait a
the
minute, wait a
first
minute.
column on the first page
All
is
right.
our current.
Okay, what I'm, monthly totals are based on what? How many do we have on each
So
plan?
the monthly totals are based on, the employees we have currently
Yeah,
enrolled.
yep.
So, if you look actually on the very last page, under Health Trust, Health Trust has it broken out by employee.
I'm just looking for
So
plans.
right now, we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we have 11 employees right now that are taking advantage of healthcare.
Yeah, but if I just look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 singles.
Yeah, mostly singles. I think there's only one family and 2 employee plus spouse.
Family. 2.
And of course, we have the unknowns depending on who ends
Yeah.
up being hired.
Yeah. What's the abbreviation CIF? On deductibles, they say 1,500, then CIF.
So CIF is covered in full.
Okay, thank you. That would match that. What is the L1, L2 under the prescription copay?
So those are the tiered drugs.
Okay. So what do we have now under current? I'll assume something comparable with the L1, which I'll assume is generic.
Right. Yeah, so right now we're at 225,
Yeah, yeah.
65, and then 30 and at 35 and 40%.
So I'm assuming the employee would have the option of which one they want on that, when they go to buy that prescription?
Not necessarily, that's probably gonna be dictated by, unless, I mean, typically, the way Harvard works is Harvard Pilgrim will always make you get the generic,
Okay,
unless your doctor can build the case on why you
Yeah.
have to have the name brand version of the drug.
mm-hmm,
So I imagine it's gonna be the same thing, that you're gonna get the generic every time they can give you the generic, unless there's something very specific about the characteristics of the name brand drug that your physician feels you have to have.
so then the way I should be interpreting this is that then if the physician says they need that name brand drug, they're gonna pay the higher.
Correct.
Or, I don't know, because a lot of times it's one of those things, I think if the employee says, I don't want it, then they go to the second one.
That's why I didn't know which way, but I'm
Yeah.
thinking that the delta between the two would have been more than the value of the prescription drug,
Mhm.
that I wouldn't know who pays for that.
Right.
Now it says a prescription deductible, we currently have a $500 one. It says 500 T, 3 minus 5, or 3 through 5.
So again, that's the tiers 3 through 5 in the drugs.
But am I only seeing 2 tiers, L1, L2?
Right, as far as the
copay
as
piece
the
of it.
co-pays go.
Yeah.
But there are, within the drug categories, there are.
Okay.
The out-of-pocket maximum, we've all pretty much moved higher. We're at 4,000 now. If we renew with a similar plan with Harvard Pilgrim, it would jump to 5,000. Looks like the Blue Cross plans are 6,000. And then the closest replacement that we have in Harvard is what, about a $13,000 jump or 9%. And it's not quite as good as what we're on now, but the one we're on now is not available. Come January.
Which one's the, I'm looking, we're at 140.
Yeah, right, we're at 140, so what he's saying is that the closest replacement to what we have now
Yeah.
is the one in the second column.
Oh, the
It's 9%
153.
increase.
So what's the, most of them seem comparable coming all the way down, other than the OOP max, which out of pocket.
Out-of-pocket maximum, right.
And all of them have gone up on that, whether it be a, you know, it's, you save $1,000 in out of pocket, but you're gonna spend 9% more, you know, when it's deducted from your check.
Right, so if I'm looking at column 3 on page 1, it would be, if I'm reading this correctly, the most comparable to what we have with equalizing it with the out-of-pocket max from the other company at 6,000, which is a 6% increase. So then what is it that's, what's Blue View Vision? I'm noticing that on this
Yeah, I
second
don't
page.
know. I don't know. Find out quick enough.
On the second page, that one, the Anthem 2000 slash to 10%,
Which one you want? Which column?
the second page, the 5th column over.
Yeah.
So it has the lowest out of pocket max, right?
Yep.
Oh, it's $7,000 out of pocket.
No.
No, it's for the column before that.
The 6,000?
No,
4,250.
Yeah, but
Oh.
that requires setting up a healthcare
HSA.
savings account.
Yeah, yeah,
Alright.
yeah. That's not.
So, and the problem with us moving to an HSA model is you have to fund it in advance. So you have to start deducting that money, either the town fronts the money for the year, or you start, doing monthly deductions from the employees' paychecks to fund that.
Which one were you saying, John?
I said, so on the Blue Cross Blue Shield, so I was either the Anthem 200% or the Anthem 2,000% of the Anthem 3,000%. So I was looking second or third column. So the one's got a 3.04% increase and the other one's actually got a decrease of minus 1.67%.
Yes, the,
That's why, in my mind, I'm wondering, and I'm just talking out loud,
Mm-hmm.
if we wouldn't be better off, because when I looked at that, the main difference was the deductible and coinsurance.
Mm-hmm.
Would we be better off to take column 3 and offer to pay any employee that goes over the 2,000, the $1,000? Because there's a savings in the plan of somewhere about $6,000-7,000 between 2 and 3. And I'm saying if we have 11 people on the plan, your worst exposure is $11,000.
I'm not sure what you lost me somewhere.
Okay. Looking at the 2 plans that you suggested,
Yeah.
when I'm looking at column 3,
Yeah.
that seems, it's the deductible and coinsurance.
Okay.
Where we're now, they have a 2,000 now, and this plan here is 3,000.
Mm-hmm.
It's a more economical plan.
Right.
Would we be better off to go with that, column 3,
Mm-hmm.
budget for this amount,
Yeah.
and then if an employee had a deductible and coinsurance that exceeded $2,000, we would offer them that 1,000, as long as it went up to 3,000, offer them the 1,000. So we're taking an insurance plan that would cost us less. The employee though is taking on the extra if they had to use that. So to kind of equalize what they have now and what this plan is, we would cover the difference, which is $1,000.
I know, but I
But then wouldn't that bump that up to 149? Like, so you're
yeah, if
talking
you
about.
said it's $11,000, I bump it up to 149. You might as well just do.
But
the
I wouldn't.
next
What
one.
I was saying was I wouldn't take it that everybody's gonna.
But what I'm saying is their deductible is they $3,000. Once
Right.
they get once they've hit their deductible, then they're covered in full by their insurance.
But now they have a deductible of $2,000.
Right. So why would we give them? Then everyone's going to need $1,000 because they're not going to get any insurance until they hit $3,000. Right now, their insurance kicks in at $2,000. So $2,000 and a penny, their insurance kicks in. They've hit their
Currently.
copay. Right.
Currently. So now we go
To 3,000.
To 3,000.
Right. So they have to pay an extra $1,000 before their insurance kicks in,
Mhm.
but they're going to be paying less out of their paycheck every week. Where every other plan that we look at, they're going to be losing money out of their paycheck every week. Am I reading that right, Scott?
Yeah, and I understand
Okay.
that, but
Yeah.
you're talking to them 1%, 1.5%, whatever that 1.67% is.
Mm-hmm.
But the other side of this is,
Did you find out what that Blue Vision was?
I looked at it, it's actually a good plan.
yeah,
Blue Vision?
yeah,
Okay.
if you're in,
If you have glasses, contacts, whatever, it's a good
as
plan.
long as you're,
So that's better than what they have now.
if you're in the network,
Yeah, it covers glasses up to $130 for frames. Covers your contact lenses up to $80. Your vision checks.
$80 a year?
I don't know,
Oh, it must be a year.
could be here.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Keep going.
yeah, no, so the plans have changed for the employees every year for the last 3 years. And we'd be changing them again. The risk is, and I don't know all the details for everybody, but if their doctors aren't in Blue Cross Network for some reason, they have to risk getting on new, relationships with their medical providers.
But is there anything different between Anthem Blue Cross and what's the other one?
Harvard Pilgrim?
Yeah.
Well, if they're already with Harvard Pilgrim, so whatever doctors they had to switch to, if they had to last year, they can keep
Yeah.
going into this year.
I think most of the ones around here are on both plans.
Yeah, I would have thought.
But that's the only thing
Yeah.
about switching providers every year is it can be disruptive for people in some cases.
Entertain a motion. Sean?
Yeah, I don't know, like what Scott just said, I don't know. There's a value to that.
Yeah, and I don't know how to measure it because I don't know the details.
Right, I mean, you'd have to then go and check to see what doctors are on, so I mean,
Yeah, we ended up paying a little bit more for the third one over on the first sheet, but
Yeah, that's 6%. And when you compare the two, between that and the one that's at the third column also on the second sheet,
mm-hmm.
the Anthem has a lower office copay. The deductibles are the same. The surgery is $100 more on Anthem's. The drug tiering, one has it, one doesn't. Prescription deductible, that's, I think, the key that the Anthem has is that you have that $250 deductible.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, and then vision is only $25 at Harvard Pilgrim. Whereas I don't know if that Blue view has any deductibles or?
It looked like it's a plan, so it's, you know, it's, if you're on the plan, this is what you get.
Yeah. And then the out of pocket max is the same.
Mhm. Yeah, for only being 6% over what we're currently, or what this year's was, I don't think it's worth the disruption to switch.
I would think when your net difference is over 7% difference.
Alright, motion for Anthem 3,000.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Did you oppose that?
Yeah.
Now that I see we've got another one here, was this part of it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that's health, those are the health trust claims,
Okay.
they all seem,
Which is all sorts of additional disruption
Yeah.
guaranteed for the
A whole,
employee.
a whole nother
Yeah,
level of it.
Why is that?
it's all sorts of new paperwork and everything has to be redone.
We're not a part of that. We're already a part of the lifetime benefits.
Oh, we have them for our dental.
yeah, we do have health trust for our dental.
But
I didn't know that was there.
Too late, you made the motion and seconded it.
you know, it's all done.
I can always call another motion.
You can call it all you want.
Where was the pricing on?
Yeah, so if you flip to the next page, you'll see the breakdown, the cost for us. You'll see the bottom lines for the annual costs, they're all pretty pricey.
Yeah, you gotta go all.
182.
Yeah, you gotta go all the way to that orange one
Yeah.
before
That's what
you
I'm
get.
saying.
Yeah,
I'm
you gotta
looking
go
at
all the way
these
to
numbers. I'm like, I can't be looking at the same
No,
thing.
like I said, you gotta go all the way to the orange one before you even get one below 150,000.
Wow.
You don't even want to see those details.
I know. You want to
Got
call
some
that
people
motion,
up in
Dan?
arm.
The lease I did not
And that is the
read.
high
It came
deductible
through.
health plan.
What did we? What came through? Is this the same
Yeah,
thing
so-
as
so-
last time?
Well, it is, except that's the one marked up by town council.
Which I was glad to see, like the marks when I went through it quick.
I also looked to town council for their input. And there were whole sections that he struck out,
I saw that, like, just completely.
so I don't know whether Jeff will accept.
Yeah, but looking at what he was talking about, like, I mean, there's stuff he's talking about, the furniture he let, I mean, he basically sent us a boilerplate lease agreement,
Yeah,
cause he's talking about,
Residential property.
residential property and
It was
furniture
the
that he
town of
left in
Merrimack.
there. Huh?
Town of Merrimack.
Yeah.
But where did we land up with, him covering the cost for,
Well, I haven't had that discussion.
oh,
Yeah. He just, was working on the lease agreement because the one with,
and did a new sign go up out there? See, I could have sworn that orange sign was there.
as far as I know it was, yeah, I don't think it's a new one. At least I hope not. I hope it's not a quick flip. This will be a lot of paperwork for nothing. If you guys wanna take, more time, I thought I'd send it off to you, cause I got it this morning, wanted to get it to you right away.
Yeah,
If you want more time to digest it,
that would be good.
and,
And,
Well, you could almost send this back to him for review and then put in our thoughts. Right? Like instead of delaying another week,
Yep.
like to kinda keep things going back and forth.
did we hear back from the trustee on the Greenwood trailer issue?
So, we have not, heard back to see if they approve the plan that we signed. We expect
Okay.
that they will. She did come in with her December payment per the agreement on the current taxes. She was gonna pay one in December, one in January,
But we haven't
That
done
takes
the,
not until I have a signed agreement from the
yeah,
bankruptcy court.
yeah, okay,
Yeah, I
good.
told Jessica, cause she dropped money off with Jess today. And, I told Jess we'd have to talk tomorrow after I've had a chance to talk to Upton and Hatfield to see where that stands. Cause I think that, if I recall, I thought that was gonna be, settled the end of last week. But I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Did, had you contact Eversource regarding the poles that needed a mast for the light fixtures?
I have a call into, Paul Hausman, and he has yet to return.
Okay.
So,
I was noticing the other day that, John, when you and I drove, we thought that somebody had said that there used to be a pole on Ashby Road at Davis Village.
Yeah, that was.
But I
That was
noticed,
Jim Coffey said that. So Ashby Road, Davis Village, right there. He said there was a light there that it got, and I think Peter said the same thing. It was knocked off during the ice storm and was never replaced. And but then the guy said when we were here that there wasn't a pole there, but we were being charged for another one somewhere near there that there was no light.
but I noticed the other day that when you come up Ashby Road
Mm-hmm.
on Davis Village, there's a pole there. So it'd just be a matter of adding up.
Right, it's adding the light.
I thought they said that there was a pole on the right-hand side of Ashby Road, and that after the ice storm, it came down and it's
No,
gone.
the light itself.
Just the light fixture.
Yeah,
Okay.
the arm came down.
All right. And the other one was, did the EMD get her stipend?
So I checked with Roger on that, and, It's gonna be processed.
Okay.
In fact, it might have even been in the manifest.
Any other items you got?
Yeah. I was wondering, about rearranging the room.
For what reason?
Or just permanently until this whole COVID thing's over, taking that table, putting it on the end over there, and then removing 50% of the chairs so that we don't have the situation where, you know, people can even sit close to each other.
I
They
like
don't
to
have to-
spread out.
What's that?
Yeah, we
I
need-
like this spread out for our COVID.
It'll still be
Are you
spread,
gonna
like, 'cause
start
then
wearing
you'll
a
be
mask?
breathing this
Are you
way.
gonna start wearing a mask?
What's the difference of flipping the tables?
Why are we gonna put the table over there so that our back is now to the public?
No, then the chairs would go over here.
What chairs?
The chairs that we leave in the room would just go on this side, face this way.
All the cameras and everything are set up for.
They turn. We hear them turn during the meeting.
Yeah,
They have that cool function that like,
yeah, that makes no sense.
oh, doesn't the turning cameras?
No, it makes no sense to move the tables.
Why? Change is good sometimes. You don't have to be scared.
I'm not scared. You're the one that's frightened of where the chairs are for COVID.
Yeah.
No, I just figured why not? Like, why not do it?
Oh, 'cause,
It's
yeah,
not
'cause
like setting up
were
and tearing
packed, we were
down
packed
everything.
in. We were packed in here tonight. It was incredible.
Yeah.
How many people were jammed
I
in
know
here?
David had to ask someone to move to
Yeah.
a seat that still put them in the same proximity to another person
They were 6 feet away though,
from the one person that you were looking at.
from both the two. I says, yeah, he's over there. That's
It
gonna
was
be
the
about
same-
6
It was
feet.
like the same diagonal.
Well,
No, he was sitting right. Well,
So at any rate, I don't see the harm in it, in removing the chairs and flipping the table. So I just figured I'd bring it up,
duly noted.
and I'll do it
Duly noted.
free of charge to the
And we'll
town.
put it back.
What's that?
And we'll put it back. I kinda like that you're over there, he's there.
Well, I'll still stay here.
Yeah.
I'll go on that corner even if you want me to.
well, once you start wearing a mask everywhere you go, then you can start telling people how to operate under COVID. You're a non-masker.
So what's the difference? Yeah, but
So
like, why
you're a
not?
non-masker, man. You don't get to tell people how to put
I'm not
COVID
telling
tables.
him, asking. And I think we should still socially distance.
How'd the digging go at the cemetery?
You really?
As far as I know,
Wow.
they, after that first attempt, they haven't dug any more. All their equipment's still out there.
Really?
Yeah, they got the excavator and a big truck and everything else just been sitting there for 2 weeks now. Covered in snow now,
I was about to say.
So, so besides not wanting to flip a table and turn the chairs, like why? Like what would be the harm in
Alright,
it?
you're gonna take that table.
Yep.
And you're gonna put it over here.
Right on the end of that one,
Right.
right there.
So who's gonna have their back to the audience?
No, nobody will, because all these chairs are gonna be.
Wait a minute,
Face
where's
it.
John going
Where
to
am,
sit?
where am I sitting?
Where's John gonna sit?
You can sit here,
So I'm going to be closer to you,
To you.
than I am
or
now.
right, yeah, one chair over. And I'll wear a mask to the meetings, if that's what it takes.
I don't understand why we
Yeah,
would move the
what,
chairs
what's
over here.
prompting this that you wanna,
Well, for one, like just this evening, like you had to ask somebody to move, so why not just put the chairs?
and
where
here
they
I
should
got
go?
a
Yeah.
fire department employee that's in here knowing about the COVID and they sit together. I should not have had to say that.
Well, we could remove the chairs too, just as easily.
And what, you know what they would do?
Do you think they'd move them together?
Move the chair.
I don't think they'd move them together. We'll put tape on the floor that like says "Do not move the chair."
Okay. It's getting late.
I believe in
Just
social distancing,
Yeah.
just because I don't believe in the
I
mask.
have
But
one more thing under tab 10.
I saw
Did I
that.
miss it?
Yeah.
I filled the book tonight
Really, you're very good.
wacky.
You mean the holidays?
for next year.
How are we? I know we discussed it, and I think we were
Did you
in
look
favor
like
of
at a
it.
calendar to make sure these dates?
Roger did that.
Are we
So this is,
are we moving forward on hiring a replacement for that other room?
I'm gonna give it my best shot this week, yes.
Okay. Only reason I'm asking is, again, just because it came up in the discussion, with whether we have that opportunity.
Yeah.
That could be one of those things that, we're not putting you on the spot or anybody, but having that opportunity to go, okay, would one of you be willing to train as the emergency deputy, so that we have someone in the building, much like we asked Debbie to step in as a deputy, would we have those people, you know? So it just came up in my thoughts that I know we had discussed it, and we had the lady that was interested, and if Deb's gonna move along, then, and I know we had talked about getting her in here and training
Sooner than later.
before you ended up, I mean, your hair's starting to grow back from pulling it out, so I'm thinking if we can keep you that way, that'd be a good idea.
Okay, I'm gonna hopefully have some answers by next week, how's that?
All right.
You good with the holiday schedule?
I'm good with the holiday schedule.
Now, with this, like, the floating holidays, is that, cause we had talked about giving the 5,
Yeah, that's
like a separate,
right, so those 2 floating holidays are for the full-time eligible employees. So so maybe we should clarify that on this form.
because we have 5 floating,
Right.
what were we
starting-
calling them?
Yeah.
Like
So,
vacation or sick
Yeah.
days?
Floating
We're calling
personal
it just
days.
time off.
Yeah, personal days, PTO, whatever.
Alright,
yeah, let me figure out how to wordsmith that.
okay,
Awesome. But other than that,
What did we,
and it's your idea.
yeah, I know. Now I'm trying to remember.
I had to go home and check my temperature. I was like, am I alright? I turned around, left, right, I'm like, yeah, I'm still.
Yeah, I wanna make sure.
Yeah, that was
Did I
David.
miss the motion to go into a non-public meeting?
we didn't.
We didn't go into non-public.
No.
You didn't.
No.
No.
No, non-public.
And did I get the time wrong? I thought it started at 6. You guys were going full speed.
5:30, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we started at 5:30.
Just today.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Because last week's meeting, we
I
said
didn't
we were gonna
realize
start.
that. That's why I was late, sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, we had the
And
police chief.
what you were saying though, if you give the deputy hours to somebody, I use.
I
me
looked
as
right
an
over at you,
example.
but you weren't looking up.
I'm at 30 hours, what?
No, it's not giving deputy hours. It's having someone here as, because there has to be a deputy tax collector. Because Margie is not a town resident, she cannot be a deputy. She can be an assistant.
Okay.
So if Deb were to go out, just like happened to Jess, she is not allowed to step in as a deputy. She can't do the tax bill. She can't do that. So it's having someone on staff that would be
I'm sorry, that looks really safe.
that would be willing to be the deputy in case of Deb being out on vacation or
So it's not a regular thing to supplement Margie's hours?
no.
Oh,
Motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Second?
If I can move the table and take some chairs out.
I'll second that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.